And I'll ask the manager to go through our normal procedures for a virtual meeting.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to those of the members of the board, staff, and the public for joining us this evening. This is the November 11th budget special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It's been advertised as such in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act, and it's advertised as a virtual meeting conducted using the Zoom telemeeting platform. If you're here tonight as a member of the public or as an agent to speak on behalf of an agenda item, you just like to enter your name and municipality of residence so it can be recorded for the minutes. And if applicable, the topic that you'd like to speak on by using the chat feature, the word bubble at the bottom of your screen. Just the typical procedural items I'd like to cover. Anybody in the public is asked to mute your microphone when not speaking in order to reduce or minimize the ambient noise and other distractions. When acknowledged by the chairman, you can unmute your microphone and offer comment or ask the questions or ask any question you might have. I just ask that anybody from the board, staff, or public refrain from using the chat feature because, as you know, it's not monitored and your comment or question may go unnoticed. Board members are asked if making a motion to indicate their name, if seconding a motion to indicate your name so that the minutes can accurately reflect the action taken. And then before we proceed, I'll take a roll call of the board to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Excuse me. So please indicate you're here when your name is called. Mr. Miller.
Here.
Ms. Danini.
Here.
Mr. Mitra.
Here.
Ms. Strickland.
Here.
Ms. Stevens.
Here.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum. I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, first item on the agenda is citizens input for anything not already on the agenda. So I guess we're looking to see if Mark has anything to say since the rest of us are here as part of the township. And I don't see him waving. So we'll move on to the continuation of the presentation of the draft 2021 annual operating budget. The agenda starts with the general fund, but we're going to finish with the transportation improvement fund, which was the final item from last night's meeting that we did not get to. So I'll turn that over to Dave Mudrecker.
All right. Transportation Improvement Fund is on page, it was just there,
322.
322 for Fund 32. The first item is interest revenue, assuming 1% annual interest, calculated by our finance director, no federal grants. So you see that we are anticipating a grant. This is more or less a carryover for the automated red light enforcement program. We actually have two. So the traffic signal enhancements, this is our signal interconnect. That grant is $498,900. And then we have another RLE grant. This is for detection upgrades. In the past, we've used Green Light Go, but so those two total the $606,900. You'll see that they coincide with planned projects. Then there's an interfund transfer. If there's any questions about that, Eric or Dave can speak to it.
Well, I wanted to ask about that, but should we come back to it or?
Either way, if you have a question, you can go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask about the reduced allocation. I just wanted to kind of revisit this. So this was changed last year. And just kind of walk through for me why that was reduced.
Sure. Largely it was to reallocate fund balance. Our transfers into the TIF fund, which had been, actually modified by resolution even just a few years prior to that, were building a fund balance that the board at the time thought was beyond what was needed in that in Fund 32, and thought that that money could be better appropriated through transfers, in this case, the case last year, to capital reserve. So the resolution that authorized or set the formula for the interfund transfer was modified to reduce that transfer by, basically fractions of a percentage across real estate transfer tax, and earned income tax. And then the additional money that freed up in the general fund was reallocated to the capital reserve fund to improve the fund balance in Fund 30.
Okay. So what is the goal for the fund balance?
Well, and Eric, you can speak to this if I'm misrepresenting it. There's really no established goal for fund balances. There are recommendations that come from the Government Finance Officers Association, and that's changed a little bit. But Eric, over time, I think it used to be sort of enough to carry you as a municipality forward for 3 months without any revenue. Now I think it's a 30% target is what they recommend. 30% of your expenditures.
They have different, depending upon who you talk to, you get a different answer.
True. That's
a lot of times it is 3 to 6 months of expenditures. So we're exceeding that. So we have sufficient fund balance in the general fund. But having the additional cash for opportunities is always a good thing.
I mean, I've always thought, and this is just a personal philosophy of mine, that that number is somewhere between 30 and 40%. I think you want to be careful. Not that having a high fund balance is necessarily a bad thing, but just know that every dollar that you're kind of hoarding away in reserves is not being invested back into the community and back into public services. So, I think you just want to be careful to not build these, monumental reserves, because maybe presumably you could be doing better things with some of that, with some of that revenue. But at the same time, you certainly want to, and we all, know very well what happens when, you don't have sufficient fund balance built up. And you can just look at, any number of examples across the Commonwealth of distressed municipalities who, didn't have appropriate reserves. So it's a moving target, and it's a good question, but, generally you want it to be, healthy, and you want to maintain those fund balances, because you never know, when you're going to need it.
Okay. So, that explains that. Okay. So we'll be projected to have about 3 million in 2021 at the end in that fund balance. Okay.
I'd have to look at that page, but that whatever was written there on that year-end balance projection is correct.
Right. Okay.
So, the TIF is a big expenditure item. I mean, there 3 million may seem like a lot of money, but, a few projects could eat into that, pretty quickly. It's for road paving, for maintenance of our infrastructure. Those tend to be costly capital investments.
So we've been spending about 1.8 to 3, it looks like, over the past 2 years, and then the projected year. And we're getting $1 million from the transfer this year, and then the grants. Okay.
Yeah, I do have a question for Eric.
Yeah.
As far as the fund balance number that we're talking about for the accounting purposes,
Yeah.
it should be 30%. Is that the general fund, or
That is the
that
general
all
fund.
funds?
It is a general fund.
General fund. Okay. So we don't look at all funds for a total percentage.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
You look at, in theory, if you didn't have any money in the transportation improvement fund, it wouldn't affect the operations. It would just reduce. It would limit how much work you can do on the road.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Mark.
Just a quick question for Dave and Eric, though. With that transfer, hasn't that really reduced the amount of dollars available for infrastructure improvements?
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm.
Those are dollars that really would have gone to roads, curbs, stormwater projects, et cetera. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And in some cases, equipment acquisition and those kinds of things. But
It actually could add to the equipment allocation.
yeah, we haven't recommended any changes in the formula this year, correct, Eric? I think we're maintaining it as it was in 2020.
That's correct. No changes.
Right. Yeah, there's that table there.
Okay, any other questions or seeing none, I'll ask Dave to continue.
I think Dave got booted and I let him back in.
Oh,
So I don't know if he's having internet. I don't have you on audio. You don't look like you're muted, but I can't hear you. Eric, why don't you go through revenue, finish up?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been trying to say something for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we heard you. We were ignoring you.
I say there's probably a good reason for that. I just want to make a comment on fund balances. When you look at the TIF fund balance, and as you're having your discussions about sinking fund balances, I would just ask that you consider looking at it over a period of time. When I used to project the TIF balances and the fund balances, I did it over the 5 years of the CIP because it fluctuates year to year. So I hope you kind of focus in on what you think a rolling fund balance should be after a period of time, or else it kind of defeats the purpose of a sinking fund or a fund balance for a program that's more than 1 year. Okay, I got that out.
And Dave, I agree with you. This year we're deferring a lot of the road projects to 2022. So therefore, the number of dollars that will probably may be needed in 2022 is substantially larger than this year.
Yeah, and when you look at the TIF program or you look at equipment, we might spend 100, 500,000 next year. So you just got to think about what does your fund balance look like as you're projecting these projects down the road.
Right. And as you bring up a good point, I would even add to that, I think and this gets to Mark's point as well, the looming, the looming liability that we need to be starting to plan for are the West End roads. These are significant chunks of township owned roads that are, we've been doing, kind of piecemeal repair and reclamation and microsurfacing and just kind of treading along and we've been doing okay. But the time is coming where they will be in need of repaving, and that's going to be a big cost item. It's going to be a big capital project.
Correct. Should I continue on expenses?
Can I just ask one more question? So is that, are those road projects though that you just mentioned, are those on the CIP or are those beyond that?
They are beyond that now.
Okay.
Some of them, the worst sections of those roads are on the CIP. For example, Gatesburg Road next year. So what we're going in, we're taking care of the worst of it. We're doing base repair in-house by our own forces. Then we've got, a few thousand feet that we're going to mill and fill, and then we'll microsurface, tens of thousands of linear feet. I might have said square feet. So, and there, drainage when it comes to roadsides. There are many sections out there that have poor drainage. One of those we're going to be working on ourselves, next year. We have limited right of way, so that is some of the contributory factor. But those roads, when their time comes, it's not like it's a couple blocks of Madison Street, right? It's a couple miles of Gatesburg Road. So that's kind of what we're talking about. We know there was a lot of effort put into those roads, maybe, when they got turned over, maybe 20 years ago, but they have a life. And so they're going to start to appear in some of these outer years, and they're going to get closer and closer in the CIP.
Okay. Well, I would think that the Blue Course Drive project is in 24, and that's 1.3 million. So that would eat into that fund balance before that. So is that what you're kind of saving up for? Would that be one of the things? Okay.
That's what I'm alluding to. When I would do the road tours, I would hand out some spreadsheets. I don't know how much they got looked at, but at the end of it, I would show after 5 years what my projected fund balance would be in the TIF. I don't know if it shows up in the budget anywhere, but that's what I look at. And
no, it doesn't, but it's probably in the CIP. So maybe, I don't know, I can check. But okay, but you don't expect that fund balance is going to stay at that high level beyond that Blue Course Drive project to begin with, or maybe 3, 4, 5 years beyond that with those other roads?
Well, no, I think we're going to start eating into the fund balance. There's other projects that aren't included in there that we've talked about.
Yeah.
But one of the things I think that happened in the past is, as the manager sits in his seat and the board sits there for a long period of time, you get to see how that fund balance is holding over, 4, 5, 10 years. And then you balance that against the projections and then you talk about what adjustments you might need to make.
Yeah, one question, Dave. You had told me one time what an average linear cost would be per foot for, replacing, repaving roads or, repairing roads. Do you remember what that was?
Oh yeah, I mean, I convert our current cost data into linear footage, and then I use that when I do my, estimating in the CIP, and it's been pretty accurate because we have pretty good data. So depending on what you're doing on a road, on the west end, if you've got long linear mainline paving and you're going to mill and overlay, that could be $45, $55 a linear foot. If you're doing the same thing in town, it might be closer to $75, $85 a foot. If you start, adding, significant base repair to that, you could be pushing it over $100 a foot. Then your curbing is, another $5 a foot, and then pipe could be $75 or $100 a foot. So
the reason I asked is if you take roughly 95 miles of road, and we're looking at $50 a foot, you're looking at $25 million over a 20-year period just for the mill and overlay. So the cost, is between 25 and $50 million in 20 years. So, that's the kind of money we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good kind of quick rough check on the number.
This is my last question. Probably this time. So in the CIP, that fund balance is $1 million short in 2025. So, or at the end of the 5 years in the CIP. So I guess just going back to why would you reduce that transfer amount at this point and not build that up, knowing that these big things are coming and that it'll be short?
We're not recommending that transfer be reduced. I mean,
no, but
last year.
Yeah.
Oh, last year? I mean, that was a board decision based on the need to, the immediate need to strengthen fund balance in capital reserve.
Okay, so that did not have to do with budgeting the TIF fund. That
Correct.
had to do with balancing a different fund. So,
Well, I think having the money available that we need, and this kind of, I think, goes into this larger discussion of seeing these costs, and now we're kind of switching money around to make sure this is here and that's there and we can cover this when necessary. And yes, eventually that game's over. That's sort of how I'm seeing that. And by game, I don't mean actually game.
Yeah, I guess I'm back to the concern about the status of the capital reserve fund at the end of last year and why, this had to be done, knowing that these expenses are coming down the road. So this is probably something we need to revisit then at some point. So, okay, I'll stop for now.
Should I continue on expenses?
Please do.
Yeah.
Okay, so 314 engineering design. That's mostly carryover funding, 55,000 for the Pine Grove Mills mobility study, 38,000 for Arley design. That is the traffic signal project related to the grant, and then 20,000 for the SR 26, SR 45. That is the Pine Grove Mills flashing light signal study and warrant analysis. $361, again, that's carryover money. That is money we did not, it was budgeted this year, we didn't spend it. We are in the design phase. This would be a carryover for the construction phase. This would involve installation of conduit, interconnection of lights, and installation of the most, aesthetically pleasing meter pedestals that we can find, if there is such a thing. They're called slimline, and they would have disconnects to allow the work department or our contractor to service the lights. And then for energy saving measures, we would retrofit the lamps with LEDs, and we may need easements and a PennDOT permit. So and other things kind of slowed that project down. So that's a carryover of construction money. Then under right-of-way acquisition costs, we have a estimate for any easements that may be required related to the Science Park, Sandy Drive, North traffic signal.
So yeah, we're not really quite there yet, but there's kind of costs all through here. But so I'll just say, I just want to flag the Sandy Drive signal as a third night conversation and any associated costs.
Yeah, and you'll see just down below that under 610, there's 525,000 in the budget for the construction of that signal, right? So if you don't obviously, if you don't build it, you save that money along with any of the utility funding. The design's pretty much, and the warrant analysis is pretty much done. We've done surveying in-house, so more discussion next week, like you said.
Thanks.
And then the other items listed under 610 come right out of the CIP. They should be relatively fresh in your memory. There's our handicap ramp program associated with roads that are paved and microsurfaced. I don't know that we reduced that based on not paving many roads next year. So that number likely will come down. I don't think I did a re-estimate. I didn't estimate it again. Bike path parking lot seal coat, we did not do that work this year. That's typically work that we do annually.
And Dave, that's like a maintenance schedule of just doing various segments in a rotation kind of thing.
It is. We look at how long it's been since we've seal coated them. We don't necessarily have it on a geographic rotation yet. I have the road superintendent go out and do basically an assessment every spring. We look at how long ago it's been since we did it. It's also the opportunity where we, trim back the grass that's growing. We sweep the paths, we crack seal the cracks, we make any base repair we need to. We've only gotten into one overlay, and that was on, I guess, the Tudick Circleville bike path. When we went to seal coat that, we realized it was probably in the condition that it could be paved. It's one of our older paths too.
I guess I would consider flagging that not something that would be in such bad condition that it would need to be repaved, could be dangerous, but maybe something to talk about on the third night. And then the parking lot seal coating, that is in parks, I assume?
Yeah, the township parking lot and parking lots, correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Signal upgrade, believe that was, it may have been scheduled for this year, but it wasn't done. It is programmed for next year. And Gatesburg Road mill and overlay section, that would coincide with the discussion we had a few minutes earlier about West End roads and how we're trying to maintain them. Harold Drive, that was one of the few paving projects. Those two remain, Gatesburg Road and Harold Drive. We will, half of the road, when you go up Ross, go to Harold, turn left. The eastern half is in worse shape than the western half. So the half that's in bad shape, the township will reconstruct the base and put the base course down. And then we'll have a contractor scratch and overlay the whole segment. That's reflected in the price of only $38,000. It's not a big section of road either. We're also going to improve drainage. We've got a lot of mountain water that comes down and hits that road. It gets intercepted and lays, and that doesn't help our base. So, we're going to make sure we have good drainage with ditching and probably an under drain in a certain section of that. And I believe that is it.
Right. The only other component in the TIF is the transfers out to the stormwater fund, which I think we covered last night.
Thank you, Dave.
And that'll really just be, of course, that depends on the fate of the proposed stormwater management utility fee. And then, of course, next year, if, depending on the outcome of that, you wouldn't be seeing a transfer out of the TIF. This is just to account for stormwater projects, particularly the corrugated metal pipe relining and the replacement of the inlet at Devonshire.
But that just balances the transfer of the project out of the TIF, not
correct. Yeah, those are two projects we normally would account for under the TIF, but because we're trying to illustrate stormwater costs, we moved that into Fund 20. So I've got flagged the Science Park Sandy Drive traffic signal, seal coating bike paths and parking lots. Was there any other item?
I think we should flag the transfer amounts into the TIF. I mean, there was a question raised there. I don't know if we'll get to a full discussion of that. I think that may be a bigger discussion than what we want to do next week, but we could tie that into the general discussion of, whether we want to maintain the same percentages we set last year or if we want to change that.
So if there's nothing more on the TIF, we move on to some of the real heavy hitters, starting with page 100 under general government. Sorry in advance, there's going to be a significant amount of jumping around the budget document this evening, but I'll try to give everyone a little time to catch up with me. So page 100, just a quick note under general fund expenditures. There's merit, which is, the adjustment in employees' salaries that is allocated as a separate line item, separate account, and that is dependent on performance evaluations. But we tried to be a little more illustrative in how we demonstrate that so that it can be a little clearer. Supervisor salaries, these are set by the home rule charter. 240 is a general expense. The biggest item under this heading is the volunteer appreciation dinner. Of course, we didn't get a chance to have that this year, which is why we're not projecting the same level of expenditures, but it's been pretty consistently about $3,000 per year. It's a pretty appreciated, kind of thank you that we give to all of our volunteers on our various authorities, boards, and commissions. This year, in lieu of a gathering and a dinner, we're sending out masks. We had masks made up with the township logo, so you'll all get one too. They're not too, they're kind of cool. Okay, I'll admit it. CNET contribution comes right out of the CNET funding formula, which is that rolling average based on the 5 years that they examine and the programs that are sponsored by the township in that period. So, this number's increased a little bit in recent history because we've started to cover some more meetings. But as far as 2021 goes, we're looking at a moderate increase over the 2020 budget, but nothing too significant. Transportation is just a small allocation for primarily if board members were attending conferences or, so the Pennsylvania Municipal League Summit, for example, which is budgeted under dues and memberships. If board members were interested in attending that, you would be eligible for reimbursement for mileage using your personal automobiles. But typically we don't spend anything out of that account. It's just there if we need it. Dues, subscriptions, memberships. So there's kind of a lengthy narrative there that talks a little bit about some of the state associations that the township is a member of. And you can see those itemized below. So we've got Public Employer Labor Relations Advisory Service. They provide labor counsel for all of our human resources legal needs, but they also have some other resources that are available at our disposal should we need. CCATO is the Center County Association of Township Officials. The CBICC we've been members of for a number of years. There's an annual membership due associated with that. ITGA, International Town Gown Association, is a relatively new membership that the board was interested in pursuing. It's a $600 per year membership, and it gives us access to a consortium, knowledge network, and resources and sessions and trainings that are largely focused on, town gown relationships, university and community relationships. So, Centrise Martin, who's here with us tonight, she's been, her and our communications person have taken advantage of a number of their training offerings. This is the membership dues for that program.
I'm sorry, Dave, to interrupt. Can we flag the Town Gown Association? I flagged it last year, I'm sure. Be interested in maybe not participating in that. I was convinced last year that it was important, but not so sure it's relevant to us. We're not typically included in the town gown type stuff unless we fight for it. So, and then just a question about the CBICC, so you can flag that for night 3. I'm not saying I want to pull out of that, just when we're cutting, perhaps that might be a candidate. Thanks.
So I had that flag too, Laura, the International Town Gown, because I remembered us discussing it last year. Did we join that? I thought we said it wasn't really relevant, but
no, last year
there was
we
something.
It was the conference that was, I think, the big discussion point last year, as opposed to the annual membership. And I'm just going down to our conferences just to confirm, but I think we may have.
Yeah, there
Cool.
was like a relevance of a certain conference, and I think to go to it, you wanted to have the membership or something. There was a relationship.
There's a discounted rate if you're a member versus a non-member rate. And there is an item in there for the annual conference this year. So it's certainly up to the board. If you don't find value in that consortium, we can flag it for discussion, and we can be. I mean, Centrise is far more fluent in the value that organization brings than I am, since she's been really the primary staff person that's interacted with that. Other than that, Pennsylvania Municipal League Annual Summit, I did drop this a little bit comparatively to past years. Historically, we budget for 3 members of the board to attend. Of course, if all 5 of you wanted to attend, we'd make it work. But typically, it's not been. In fact, nobody attended except for me this year. It was a virtual conference. I always send out a kind of a note to the board and ask if anybody's interested. In the past, Mr. Miller's attended that conference. I don't know if you have, Ms. Danini. Did you come?
I think I've only gone to their sustainability conferences, not the annual summit.
It is a really good, I mean, it's an excellent conference. I encourage other board members to capitalize on that this year. It's good training for elected officials. It gives you good it's specifically focused, primarily focused on elected officials and some of the issues that face municipalities from a state and federal perspective. So you kind of get a big, kind of a broad exposure to a number of topics. You get into the weeds a little bit, meaning you learn a little bit about the administrative side, kind of my side of the world. So there's some value for staff too, but also some, kind of value that you might gain from maybe having a little more access to the things that I do or the challenges that we face on the staff side. But then there's also a lot of value on the legislative side and the policy setting component too. So
Can we flag
I
that
would,
one down? I was just going to ask if we can flag that one for the third night.
yeah, I would recommend that board members go at least once to that. I won't be going this year because it'll be in October of my final year on the board, so I don't see any point in my attending at that point. But I think it is a good opportunity for board members to get different perspectives. So I'd recommend it. So
PML membership dues are itemized next. We get a discount on our membership to the league based on our participation in different programs that they offer. So our unemployment compensation, Penn Prime, our liability insurance trust. So this number, this 2270, which is an accurate number, but it would have, it's substantially reduced from what our membership dues would be, but for our membership in some of those other consortiums. So, and then there's an allocation in there for general training. In the past, board members have used this for, I think most recently we used this for the conditional use webinar that was put on. If there's other webinars that kind of catch your eye in some of the publications or organizations that we're members of, I've had board members approach me and ask to enroll in them, and we can do that. We dip into that allocation for those. So that's executive, or excuse me, general government. Pause for any additional questions. I've got a couple of items flagged: ITGA, CBICC, and PML. Next page starts executive. So I'm not going to get into much detail on the narrative, but there's some, some descriptions of our 2020 activities and some things to come. Township manager salary, assistant manager and HR administrator salary. That's Centrise and Angela Kalki. And then we have itemized the administrative staff salary positions. This is the communications coordinator and part-time recording secretary captured under that line item there. We were, by the way, Rhonda is our newest part-time hire. We have been contracting through a temp agency for her services, and we were able to essentially cut the temp agency out of it and bring her on part-time, which is a savings to the township and a little more money for Rhonda, and everybody's happy. So
Yay.
Yes, thank you.
welcome to the crew. Office supplies, just a small allocation reduced from 2020. Pretty self-explanatory. General expenses, largely this has to do with shredding documents and pre-employment physical exams. Again, you'll see a reduction from the 2020 allocation. 401-252 at the bottom of page 104, top page 105 is our costs associated with our postage meter, and then the maintenance of our lease agreement for some of our copy machines and equipment. Moving on down to page 105, I'll let Centrice run through this one if it's not putting her on the spot, since this is communications and that's her ball of wax.
Ball of wax.
Ball of
Got
wax.
it. Right. So constant contact, we increased it slightly as we were informed via email that there would be a slight fee adjustment, and we use constant contact for our mass email communication. We Federal Express, Dave, I don't think I've ever expensed anything to that.
Yeah, it's not commonly used. If we have to overnight something or send it certified mail, you might see us, kind of tap into that small allocation. But it's for things like lien filings and.
Okay. We maintain the same amount as we did for 2020 for the Verizon hotspot. There's been no additional request. We also maintain the same allocation for the U.S. Postal Service routine postage, and same with the special mailings. Down here for print material, we just did a slight adjustment for inflation cost, but I'll share with the board, there's been some requests for colored print newsletter. And of course, this is not the time or the budget to make that official request. So we maintained the same process and the same format and style. With an allocation of 6,000. Coffee and conversation stays the same. We also have the Adobe Creative Suites. This allows for, I think, 2, maybe 3 licenses of those who have the talent and the skills to use for design, for example, and do some of our creative marketing material. I also think the Planning and Zoning Department have a license that they use.
Centrice, I think we have that in IT, so that's possibly an area that we could eliminate.
So we might want to check that. So we have Adobe in IT, but I don't know that we have the Creative Suites. The Creative Suites was an additional addition right. Where that, like InDesign and
for Nick.
Yeah, that's a great area to flag, just to go and make sure that we don't have a double appropriation. Social media promotions. This has been an ongoing, I'll say that for the last couple of years when Diana was in the communications coordinator position, she's made the request, and Nick continues to support having those, some of our media promotions paid for, so we can get specific announcements into the audiences that we have locally that may have interest in any one township topic that we are trying to engage our citizens in. Dave, did you want me to go into the community engagement or?
As well.
Okay. So for the community engagement internship program, we had initiated this, I believe, in 2018 when I first started with the township. We had an allocation of 5,000, and given the COVID-19 pandemic, we did reduce that to 2,500. We continue to receive interest from students, and we did pause the internship program for 2020 given the pandemic, but there is interest to pursue if the board has interest in supporting. It gives us a little bit more hands-on support for anything ranging from, it's my least favorite way to use an internship program, but from paper pushing to some hands-on experience, whether it be with marketing, communications, or just helping organize any given project. So we still have that item there with interest for your consideration. The community engagement events, we have allocated $1,000, and we considered lowering this and possibly even understanding, given the condition of the pandemic, that we may want to remove that. But then as we continue to discuss for the item as well as meals for events, understanding that as we come out of this pandemic in 2021, there may be a real need or interest for more community events and activity, whether it be specifically with citizens and or with the business community. We've really engaged a lot with folks to get their feedback on how best to, for example, improve our communications or understand how businesses or residents would like to receive information. And we think there's a real opportunity to continue only to improve that, those relationships. So we maintained those two items, meals for events as well as community engagement events, with interest in cultivating those relationships and bringing our residents together, whether it be through a discussion on any given township project in any one of our departments, or increased feedback from our community, or it be general engagement with our residents for good relationship building practices. I'll end there and ask if there are any questions.
Okay. Transportation, again, mileage reimbursement. Primarily when staff travels, we're using municipal vehicles out of our administrative fleet. So it's not common that this account gets, exhausted, but there's a small allocation there in the event that an employee needs to use his or her personal vehicle. They're eligible for reimbursement per our policy. Advertising and printing costs. The big ticket item here is the legal advertising costs for all of our boards and commissions. So, that's something that we have to, of course, advertise in a newspaper of general circulation, Center Daily Times, which is a pretty high cost publication to advertise in. The printing costs, anything that we have to, sort of farm out, meaning, it's not uncommon for us to use Jaru or a local copier for some of our printing expenditures. And then the other large item here is codification of our ordinances. So we have an agreement or a maintenance membership, with General Code, or E-Code, their E-Code platform. And I'm sure you've all familiarized yourselves with that. And typically twice a year, if not more frequently, depending on how much activity and ordinance amendments we see throughout the year, we'll send a batch to General Code to codify, to build into their E-Code platform. We upload the ordinances in their PDF format when they get adopted under new legislation, so people can access them. But when they actually get built into E-Code, that's when we have to pay to have them, get those updated and work those into their system. It's reduced pretty sizably from last year and this year rather, and the year before, or this year and last year. We were codifying our subdivision land development, our zoning ordinance rewrites. We weren't really exactly sure what that cost was going to be. It was a big project. We were able to come in a little bit under budget for that. We don't anticipate that's going to be needed, of course, for this upcoming fiscal year. 401-350 is my bond premium as treasurer and secretary. I have to be bonded an amount of $750,000. So that is the cost to pay for that bond. And that is, just got my renewal notice. That's staying the same this year. 401-420 is the list of administrative dues, subscriptions, and memberships. So Centrise and I are members of the Association of Pennsylvania Municipal Management. That's the first cell there. we're just below it is the annual conference. Again, difficult to tell whether that's going to be an in-person conference or whether it'll be virtual. In May of this year, it was done virtually in 2020. ICMA memberships for Centrise and I to the International City County Management Association. That is set based on a formula for membership dues. APMM Executive Development is a conference that APMM typically hosts annually down in Bedford, and it's a pretty focused management development conference. So I didn't attend this year. It's another one that I'll typically look at the curriculum and see what's being planned, and then make a determination whether or not I think it'd be valuable for me to attend. SHRM management, SHRM is the Society for Human Resource Management. So a couple of years ago, we moved Angela Kalki from her position as executive assistant into the human resource administrator role. One of the requirements that I placed on her for that transition was that she become certified as a human resource professional. That got, again, sort of sidelined due to the pandemic, but she is hoping that certification will come. She'll be able to qualify for that certification. If not this year, I'm thinking probably won't be, then certainly in 2021. Going up to the top of the next column, it's a publication that the township gets, our township news publications, and a couple of other periodicals that we subscribe to. Keep us informed on the latest trends and what's to come. PELRAS, Public Employer Labor Relation Advisory Service. Talked about our membership just a moment ago in that consortium. That's a Pennsylvania Municipal League agency or organization. This, I think, of all the conferences that I go to, is probably among the, if not the most valuable. It's all the information that we need throughout the year for personnel, for collective bargaining, police relations, labor relations in general. Usually that's local. Of course, I think it was canceled this year. I think it's usually scheduled in March, and that was right as everything was breaking loose. And so they just 86'd it. ICMA has an annual conference. Again, that was canceled in 2020, or excuse me, that was virtual in 2020. In 2021, it's proposed in Portland, Oregon. There's a budget in here for the manager and the assistant to the manager to attend. And then this is the next item there is the ITGA, the International Town Gown Annual Conference. That's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for May, assuming that it's held in person. And then there's another publication that we subscribe to below there as well, and a small allocation for miscellaneous training as it appears.
Thanks, Dave. It's Laura. Could we flag the Town Gown Conference?
Yep.
Thank you.
I think in Wisconsin in May, we probably don't have to.
I agree with that as well.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I agree.
Although maybe virtual, but
yeah, that's a good point. And I don't know if the costs are significantly lower. I don't know. I just, thus far, I just don't really see Ferguson as the town gown portion of our community, I guess I'll say.
No, I understand. One comment I'll make generally on training, because I think the question was asked yesterday about what is kind of requisite training for continuing certifications and professional development credits and things like that. There's nothing in administration. Of course, if Angela is a certified human resource professional, she'll have continuing ed requirements. There are requirements as managers that there are recommendations that's kind of sort of through our membership and involvement in ICMA that we participate and get involved in continuing education and training. There's stipulations in my contract that allow me to attend trainings and conferences and things like that. But there's no, I'm not for example, the former manager was ICMA CM, a credentialed manager. So with that program, you know, he had continuing education requirements in order to maintain that certification. I'm not a credentialed manager. So I don't have those same requirements, but maybe that speaks in general to the question that was raised last night about what is what's required and what's not.
And the only other thing I would want to flag from here, and I guess this would just be generally across the board, is looking at salary increases. So COLA or whatever was rolled in, flag that for day 3 so we can kind of break that down and discuss that.
Okay. Any other, that's administration. If there's any other questions or comments, elsewise I'll punt it over to Jennifer Planning, which starts on page 157.
All right. So thank you all for your continued support and time tonight. Planning and zoning accomplished a lot this year, and I really would like to take this time to commend planning and zoning staff for their hard work and their ability to adapt with what we were thrown into. It was not easy. Most of us are used to coming into an office 8 to 5 our entire careers. So it was interesting getting an email 8 a.m. from Jeff telling me good morning, signing on for the day. So we really built up a lot of trust with that. And I think it really brought us closer. But even working from home, we still accomplished a lot this year. We reviewed and processed about 12 subdivision land development plans. 4 major ordinances were completed this year: the workforce housing ordinance, the tree preservation ordinance, signs, chickens and ducks. We drafted the COVID-19 flexible business resolution. And I will say that I've heard from so many businesses that are so grateful for that. Very appreciative. And we are about to finish the final stretch of the comprehensive zoning update with the map amendments. That will be on the agenda for Monday. And we also spent some time assisting really Dave in getting the Pine Grove Mills Advisory Committee off and running. I think we're going to see a lot of our time heading that way next year. And then, of course, our day-to-day tasks: zoning permits, sign permits, inspections, enforcement, etc. So 2021, we'll be finishing up the RFP for the Terrace Streetscape rewrite, and that includes coordination with the borough and Penn State. I've already attended meetings at the borough. They've been doing some visioning for their urban village and what they imagine to happen. And then we'll be looking to implement the MOU with the Center County Housing Land Trust and continue to develop materials and policies for the workforce housing program. We'll be participating in the revisions to the Recreation, Park and Open Space Plan and provide input and technical assistance where necessary to the Pine Grove Mills Advisory Committee. So our budget, relatively small. I would say the biggest difference in our budget can be found in 414-340, advertising and printing. We had budgeted last year for the codification of the zoning and SADA ordinances. So that has significantly decreased our budget. I don't see us finishing the Terrace Streetscape rewrite next year. So we'll be looking at codification of that in 2022. We do have requests in for 2 laptops for the community planner and the planning director. Our current workstations don't have the appropriate specs to run the programs we use daily. And in account 414-450, it has included the project cost to engage a consultant to assist in updating the Terrace Streetscape ordinance. I believe I increased that cost 2 years ago. When I first got here, I did not believe that 25,000 would get us a good product for that area. So that was increased in last year's budget to 35. And otherwise, I think we are pretty much status quo, if not decreased. I know our budget for our dues subscriptions and memberships have decreased. We budgeted as if we would be traveling. We don't know if we are, but it's there if they do. Our department holds a lot of certifications and memberships that we have to maintain. A lot of subscriptions to publications that keep us up to date on law, legal matters in the nation, really, and Pennsylvania. So those are very helpful for us to stay up to date on what's happening. And otherwise, it was all pretty much carried forward. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I'm sorry, Jenna, I'm a little bit lost as to where we are in the document, and I'm trying to find where the TSD is, which page it's on.
I have that.
It covers 163, 164.
414. Yeah, 163, 164.
Okay. 160. Almost there. Okay. So why am I not seeing that?
It should be tail end of our memberships and travel and trainings.
Yeah, last last paragraph on 163, very top of 164.
Okay, I think. Okay, thank you. So I think I'm going to flag that for day 3. The Terrace Streetscape zoning rewrite as a whole thing to discuss.
So noted.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's had some interesting plot developments in this year. For a decade or so, we saw basically no activity. I think we had one land development plan approved. It's a piece of property owned by Scott Yoakum at 1000 West College. Nothing came of that. He never built it. He withdrew the land development plan at the expiration of the 5 years that the final land development plan approval was good for. And we've had some small, it's most of the changes or new activity we've seen in that corridor has been just under the threshold of requirements to adhere to our design guidelines. So, minor alterations and things like that kind of skirt the requirement to have to build to the TSD standards. Now we're seeing a little bit of activity. There is a land development plan in for development on West College Avenue, approximately right at the State College Borough Ferguson Township line. That's going to be a mixed use development proposal. The board's going to see that shortly. And there is some unusual land activity that I'm not quite sure what's going on yet, but I've been monitoring closely.
Land acquisition.
Yeah, there's some land
I
acquisition.
see. Gotcha.
That may indicate, frankly, it may indicate nothing, but it might indicate, another proposal
Sure.
is on the horizon.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah,
And then I'm not gonna look in here. I'm just gonna ask, if I recall correctly, the playground inspection certification, it's a 3-year thing for Jeff, is not due this year. It's due next year. If it happens.
Maybe 2023. I'd have to either next year or the
Okay.
fall.
Okay, just not
Let me
this year.
confirm that.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, when we get to the discussion of the TSD next week, if Jenna could sort of give us an idea where things stand as far as the borough and the university and the township. I personally would like to have anything involving the TSD move into 2022.
Okay.
But it's for a selfish reason because I was involved in the last round of that. And I think that it is not fair for one supervisor to have so much fun twice. So, so I'd
We
like to
know what
push
you
it off
mean,
to next.
And when I say coordination with the borough and Penn State, I mean, the facts are Penn State is the majority landowner in that area, so they will be involved in some context. The borough-wise, based on the meetings I've attended, they are actually going in the direction that the board is less height in their side of things. So I just
Okay,
want to make sure they're
that's
not
the thing I'd
saying,
like an update on.
yeah. I just
Because
want to
that-
make sure the borough wasn't saying like 9 stories, then we're going to go down to 3.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the reasons I flagged it too is just based on the information that we got from Neil Sullivan at our last meeting. So, you know, we don't need to be just wasting money treading water. But so now you know my position on that.
I think that was a timely update from Neil, actually, to know, at least have a better idea of what we don't have an idea about. So that was good.
Yeah, the universities have always maintained that they have no plans for that they're land banking out there. And you know, we've tried various efforts over the years to twist their arm a little bit, as some of the board is aware. And we've brought in consultants before to reimagine that district, including one of the top mixed use planners in the country, frankly, with Tom Comita and Associates outside of Philadelphia. And we've had student projects work on that. Some of the board may remember one of the worst hailstorms we ever had when they were presenting the results of that study. And we had a room full of people, and it just sounded like, you know, it was Armageddon outside the building. You couldn't hear anything. It just could not have been a worse condition. With people in the back yelling, "Speak louder!" And
Oh, brother.
you remember that? That was such a anyway.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like an omen. Sounds like an omen.
It might have been. Yeah, it's just been one after the other. So okay, we can flag that for discussion. And I think that's it for planning, unless there's any other. We'll touch on the planning agency and MPO a little bit later, but those are of course formulaic and taken right out of the COG budget.
And I would just like to comment that, as what Jenna said about how much planning and zoning has done this year, is really, you guys have really accomplished a lot. And
I've never written so many ordinances.
yeah,
I have to say.
that it has been a busy year, and you've really done well with it. So
We have an awesome planning staff. I've informed them all that they're not allowed to go anywhere anytime soon. So they're locked in.
So can I
And-
just ask, so the laptops are in IT? Is that whether or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll talk about that then. Okay.
The other item that I'll cover under planning is natural resource conservation. That starts page 194. Maybe I'm jumping around a little bit. 194? Excuse me, 193. Natural resource conservation. So there's our annual contribution, Spring Creek Watershed Commission. I spoke with the coordinator over there, Lexi Buck, and she informed me those dues are staying the same this year, as is our requested contribution for the Spring Creek Watershed Monitoring Project. So those allocations are the same in 2021 as well.
I'm sorry. You can go on. Never mind. I'll save it for when we get there. We're on 193, right?
Yeah, we're on
wondering if-
193. Yeah, I had it written down incorrectly on
I
mine.
think I might have the wrong copy up or something. 193. Oh, never mind. I see it.
Yeah, it's item 461. It's just below the senior center or active adult center.
Yeah, gotcha.
Continuing on to the next page, so there is a a continuing allocation to the Center County Housing and Land Trust for the administration of the workforce housing programs, proposed to remain the same in 2021. I took out the second item there under the Sustainable Communities Collaborative. I don't imagine we're going to have any projects with them in 2021. We haven't had any projects with them in 2020. And in fact, even though we've allocated this appropriation, everything they've done for us thus far, they haven't charged for. So that's been a good, because it's there's a mutual benefit to be gained there. Economic development is, oh, I missed economic development and IT and legal. Oh my God. This is what happens. I apologize. Well, I guess we'll skip back then to that, unless there's any questions on the natural resource conservation, the housing and land trust stuff.
Well, I do want, where do we find, I thought it was under the natural resource conservation, the extra money that we give to the preserve farms that is completely cherry on top money, not the county allocation, completely unnecessary to actually participate in the program. Where is that found?
That's a separate fund that we're going to get to.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's Fund
Thanks.
19 is our ag preservation fund.
Okay, thanks. Oh, that makes sense.
I'll touch on economic development. This year there was a little bit of activity primarily related to specific projects that the board's familiar with. I did include a projection of, this has not been transferred yet, so there's been no money paid yet, so this number could come down significantly as far as projected 2020 costs. The $25,000 annual request of the Center County Economic Development Partnership. I have an invoice for it. I've extended an invitation because, let me back up. A few years ago, the board put a stipulation on the $25,000 that it wasn't going to be automatic each year. So we actually took out the reference in that line item for the Center County EDP, the Economic Development Partnership. So it's not earmarked for that purpose. The understanding was, or what was communicated to the CBICC, which administers that project, was that they would have to kind of on an annual basis come and request it and make a presentation to the board. And then if the board would have an opportunity to vote up or down on contributing that allocation. So I've extended that invitation. I haven't been taken up on it yet. If they don't come and ask for the money, they're not going to get it. And even if they do come and ask, it'll be up to the board to decide whether you want to release it or not. But it's not something that I automatically appropriate to them anymore, because that was the direction of the board about 2 or 3 years ago. There's also, that's $25,000. Then there's some additional money in there that's been used for different kinds of economic development projects, be it the support of the Pine Grove Mills Farmers Market, or other regional economic development projects, KCF Technologies, Sensor Networks, the materials in the Penn State or Morgan Advanced Materials was another one that was a couple of years ago. So over the years, the townships elected to be a player in some of these region-wide economic development projects, whether they be for recruitment of new companies, as was the case with Morgan Advanced Materials, or the retention and expansion of existing companies like KCF and Sensor Networks. So I've got basically that allocation. What I propose is for it to remain the same.
Dave, what does the sentence, the board has aligned this support with the region's municipal contributions in the past? Do you mean
so
match Harris Township? Because we are always one of the highest in terms of our donation to CBICC.
Well, I would say we are among the highest in terms of our municipal contributions to economic development projects. So, some things are, I would kind of divide it as like a big four, with Ferguson, Patton, College, and the borough being the biggest players in typically in those projects. And Harris typically doesn't participate at all. Half Moon generally doesn't. trying to think. I think in the case of KCF, Spring Township contributed a little bit, but really it's been what I mean by that statement is that, you know, historically anyway, it's been Ferguson, Patton College, and the Borough of State College that we've all contributed approximately the same amount. The county is usually a bigger player in that equation too, or at least has been with some of the recent projects.
Thanks. I'd like to flag this for discussion on day 3, and my intention is to suggest that we remove the $25,000 completely out of the budget and keep the remaining portion for projects that we deem we want to contribute to. So my proposal is just going to be a reduction, not a removal, but we can talk about that on day 3. Thank you.
So noted. That's economic development. There's a debt service interest. Is that just that small item? I'll just cover that. I think Eric actually is going to get to that a little bit later. So maybe I'll hold that. Backing up to page 119, legal. I'll give everyone a second to get there. What are you doing, goofball? So we have there's really 2 accounts. The cable consortium is kind of a trailing account. It's going to disappear, or maybe it'll stay because presumably in 10 more years we'll have to revisit it. The solicitor services, we have our township solicitor Joe Green on retainer. We pay, that's a $25,000 per year contract. Will remain the same. There are some things that are not covered by his base contract, representing the township in certain matters of litigation, special issues that require solicitor involvement and input. We're actually looking like we're going to be pretty far under that. But I think the biggest driver of the additional cost has been the Pine Hall litigation. And we'll have a trailing cost associated with that. Special counsel, you'll see an increase in the proposed allocation. We were above budget on that this year because we retained the services of Babs Callan, Betsy Dupuy as co-counsel in our defense of the Pine Hall land use appeals. And the other big ticket item that is something for the board's interest is our collective bargaining process, which will commence probably early next year, as early as January. We could get notice from the police association for their intent to commence collective bargaining. The last 3 collective bargaining agreements we've been able to negotiate in good faith, meaning we haven't had to go to binding arbitration. And a binding arbitration in Pennsylvania under PA Act 111 is police and public safety officials' ability to to manage or to be part of these collective bargaining agreements, and it kind of governs the entire process. So police and fire in Pennsylvania anyway can't strike. In lieu of the ability to strike, they have a binding arbitration process that's governed under PA Act 111. It's very favorable, quite frankly, although maybe the pendulum is slowly, very slowly swinging at least to a more even playing field, but it's very favorable to the police departments, the arbitration process, and commonly the awards that are granted outside of arbitration. It's way too early for me to tell. I'm confident we will be able to negotiate a contract with them as we have over the last 3 terms, but at any point, either party could declare an impasse. And if we're not able to come to an amicable resolution, we arbitrate. And there's a cost associated with that. We have counsel that has to represent us. We have to pay the arbitrator. 2 of the 3 arbitrators get paid for by the township. So it's kind of an ugly process. And hopefully we don't have to get there. But in the event that we do, it would be prudent for us to budget a little higher on this item in preparation for that eventuality.
So a question, with respect to the legal fees, you said that it's 35,000 sort of flat budget, but then I see the actuals are 27.8 and 30.5. So that means he basically bills by the number of hours that he spends. Is that correct?
Well, the of that 35,000, 25,000 is the retainer fee. The additional 10 is kind of the contingency budget, which is on an hourly basis. You're correct, and those are for items that are not covered under, Joe Green's base contract. So, things like legal opinions that he provides at boards and staff's request, preparing agreements, recording documents, etc. Those are all covered under the umbrella of his retainer. But for representing the township and the Pine Hall litigation, that's beyond the scope of that. So he bills on an hourly rate for that, which is described in his contract.
So it's basically 25,000 fixed plus hourly.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. There's no questions on legal. IT starts at page 122. And Eric and I can kind of team up on this one a bit, and he can, since he is kind of has the keys to the kingdom of our IT. It's one of the many hats that he wears. My 3-year-old brought me a little dinosaur eraser. So, so anyway, so you'll see on the top of page 122. There's a narrative that kind of describes our IT arrangement. We contract with a third party for the maintenance and management of that infrastructure. Hinton and Associates, we've been with Hinton now for going on 7 years. And, we've been pretty pleased with the service. I think, we are, and Eric and I have had some conversations about issuing another request for proposals, not because we're dissatisfied, but just because it's prudent to test the waters every so many years and see what else is out there and see if, we can get better pricing, better service, or maybe, we stay where we're at. But I think that's going to be something we take a careful look at in 2021 if our scope of work allows for it. There's kind of an automatic escalator that's built into his contract, Hinton Associates contract with the township, that's reflected in this budget too. First line item, general expense, again, it's just for miscellaneous items that haven't been otherwise accounted for. Under 407-252, you'll see a majority of our IT-related maintenance agreements, costs associated with our phone system. That's the InfraDAP SIP, which is short for Session Initiated Protocol, which is just it's an internet phone, VoIP, voice over internet phone or protocol kind of system. So we actually just recently deployed that, and we're realizing a significant cost savings over our previous arrangement, and our voice quality has frankly improved. So it was kind of a win-win there. We had been with Windstream, and we were paying kind of a little bit higher than what we should be, and certainly higher than what we're paying now. We have a maintenance agreement with our phone systems. Phones these days are computers; they're not phones anymore. So, there's a server. That server requires maintenance, updates, patches, security, etc. That's factored into that budget as well. You will see the web hosting costs. It's $150 per month with Civic Plus, or Civic CMS, excuse me. Our high-speed internet, which we upgraded this year from 100 megabit service to 200 megabit service, that is a monthly fee of $1,150. We have 4 fax lines, mostly for police use, but we do have a fax line that we maintain for other usage as well. Esri licenses, that's Esri is our GIS license. You'll see that the enterprise license is very expensive. It's really for our GIS technician and for his needs. Esri licenses in general, I will never understand their license structure, but I've been trying to get a little more familiar with it over the years, and the enterprise edition is the best suited for our needs. It's not their total package, so to speak, but it's it gives us certainly all the modules that we need, and potentially some other applications that James Progar is in the process of looking into now that may reduce our costs in other sectors. Firewall, antivirus, anti-malware, that we have an annual subscription for updates and maintenance of that. AutoCAD is how we do design for our capital projects. TerraFlex software is our handheld GIS data collector. Gasboy fuel maintenance. I'm kind of jumping around between the columns now, just sort of going down the list here. Is our maintenance, is our cost for the first year maintenance agreement for our fuel system with the new maintenance facility. Right now, just to give some very short background, our current system is not functional. It's been giving us a lot of headaches, and then basically, and I know Dave's popping up here in case there's any questions on him for it, but it's really just been giving us nothing but headaches. We really don't have a good way to track our fuel consumption, right now. And despite our efforts to work with the vendor, and the name of that vendor is escaping me, Dave.
Track
Fuel.
TRAK.
Track fuel. They've just been just awful. So we're migrating with the new fuel facility. Dave, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to say on that, or.
Well, I mean, it's timely because the new building, has a new fueling station. We're removing our old underground storage tanks, and it, basically with all the new hardware and software and pumps, we've got a new fuel management system. It's Gasboy. We're hoping for a lot better success. The track system just has been giving us trouble. We've been keeping the books the old-fashioned way, manually, for some time now with a pen and paper.
So not ideal. Synopsys financial management software. This was a contract that was entered into this year. And Eric and I and department heads use this tool. Centrise was involved in the deployment of this as well, to do different modeling and predictive scenarios for various expenditures and things like that. So we used it a little bit with the operating budget. We will get really heavy into it with the capital improvement program budget. And I think it's going to give us a lot of valuable, resources at our disposal to model different scenarios and look at things anywhere from capital planning to staffing needs to infrastructure maintenance. This is kind of a backbone to support a lot of the discussion that I've heard from the board tonight and last night about things that you may want to explore as options and alternatives. We have the ability with this financial modeling software to get some very specific data on what those scenarios might look like and the impact that they might have over the course of projected out. I think 8 years it goes. So, we can really look to the future with some pretty significant detail there. Laserfish licensing on the next column down there is our digital document management platform. That's been really fantastic. Probably one of the best deployments that I've been a part of for software needs. We've cut our paper consumption down significantly. We've streamlined a lot of our business processes. Things that used to take, many hours are now 2 clicks, and that's not an exaggeration. I mean, it's really been very valuable for us, not just from a storage and retrieval standpoint for documents, but also for that e-government service provision that the board's placed a lot of value on of late. So we're going to be rolling out some online forms. Eric is our local champion of that. We also have a value-added reseller or a VAR, which is just another vendor that we pay. That is part of that license agreement that they provide us with assistance, resources, help. It's a very comprehensive document management solution and has a lot of applications. So we're continuing to realize the full value of that. But thanks to Eric's help there, we've really made a lot of progress just in the last couple of years. We're a lot of electronic business processes that have really saved people having to come and see me. So I get lonely, but that's okay because it keeps me productive. Springbrook annual maintenance agreement. That's our financial planning, or that's our financial software. So Eric and Tracy Miller, our accountant, are the ones that get most involved in that, but that's our general ledger. All of our balance sheets and accounting takes place using that package too. And we've had that now for probably close to 8 years. That was one of the first projects that I was involved in. Yeah, 2012, 2013. Adobe Acrobat, Creative Suite licenses. So this is probably what we were talking about earlier there as the duplicate. We'll make the appropriate adjustments there. Laptop encryption is kind of self-explanatory. It keeps, if an employee were to lose or have a laptop stolen, it would, it's encrypted data so nobody can come and pull it's a cybersecurity function or feature. Nitro Pro licenses, this is a reduced Adobe cost. So some of our employees that don't have a need for some of the more enhanced features that Adobe offers have been using Nitro, and we've been doing that for a number of years. It's more cost effective, and actually it really does have a lot of features that Adobe standard has. So, people can do a lot with PDFs, even using that software. I don't personally use it, but I know of our employees do. Dave does. Yeah, it did the budget, right? So there you go. General code ordinance hosting. So, we talked about the codification costs. This is our annual maintenance and membership agreement with General Code to have access to their e-code software. Paver is how the Public Works Department assesses our road network. So when you see at the capital improvement planning stage, and you get that list that Dave was talking about a little bit earlier this evening, that has the condition indexes of all the roads. Paver is what we use to establish those condition indexes. So it's very manual. It's a manual process, meaning, we have to go out, we conduct the inspections of our road network, and we inspect a certain percentage each year. We plug that data in to Paver, and it gives us these condition indexes. So we use that software, I believe, and Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's a PennDOT made or provided software or something like that.
U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
U.S. Army. And then Synchro is what Ron Seibert uses to get in and tinker with the traffic signals. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, it's a macroscopic, or it's used on a large scale to analyze one or more signalized or unsignalized intersections to look at levels of service and traffic flow. So it's used when you're doing signal design or reviewing traffic studies.
Yeah, it's that.
I have
So
a
I'll pause
question
there,
about
'cause
that. If it's used sometimes to review traffic studies and they relate to land development plans, can we charge anything for reimbursement from developers, or do we already?
We can, we do a little bit, but most of the traffic studies, because they are voluminous and comprehensive and take a lot of time and are reimbursable, are typically reviewed by a consultant. Now, he'll submit that report to probably planning and engineering at the same time. Ron doesn't necessarily provide, well, Ron likes to look at those reviews also. But because of the amount of time that's put into land development reviews, it's billable hours, that's usually done by a consultant. Could our township engineer do it? Yes. He would gladly spend all his time on traffic signal and traffic study related projects, but we need him to do other things.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
So there's nothing else on any of those items. Nothing is budgeted for 407, 420 dues and subscriptions for IT. Computer services, this is our maintenance agreement with Hinton and Associates. Eric, I think you updated this budget this year, or maybe it was you and Treese.
Yeah, I did.
I think that's reflective of our 2021 agreement with Hinton, plus some additional training opportunities for our consulting opportunities for our value-added reseller for Laserfish. So, if we need to have a form built, like an online form for what I'm trying to roll out next year, what I'd really like to roll out next year is online zoning permit applications, other permit applications that we can provide that e-government service. So if that's a form that needs to be built, we might engage our value-added reseller under this account. Replacement equipment, I believe Ms. Denney asked about this earlier, or maybe it was Ms. Strickland. I think it was Ms. Strickland about the laptop replacements for the planning department. But then we also kind of have our annual schedule of rotations that come out of this budget too. It typically stays fairly consistent at about 20,000. Some years we're under, some years we're a little bit over. Depends on what's what's needed. Our phone system, some of our endpoints, our hard phones, are getting to the point now where they're at their end of useful life. They're 8 years old, and we're budgeting for some replacements of some of those endpoints, just in the eventuality that they may go bad, that they may break. We've had a few already start to go haywire, including mine. I'll pause there. I don't know if you had any comments or things you wanted to flag in that.
I was more curious about where the item was. I think, especially working from home, and that's going to continue, on and off possibly. I've looked at plans on my laptop and it is so difficult. So I think, I can absolutely see why these would be needed. So no, I was just more interested in where they were falling.
Yeah, I think for the planning department, they don't have certainly at the same robust needs that James Progar has in GIS, but they do have a need to get into ARC, which is the I guess if you think of Esri as the engine, ARC is the car around it, which is our GIS platform and software. And that does require a faster processor, an upgraded graphics card, a little bit more feature and functionality than what, the Dell laptop that I'm using requires. So, this will allow them to do that. Right now they're getting by, but we're having some, major issues and hiccups. So more to come on that. That's the replacement equipment budget, and that ends IT. Pause for any questions or comments. Seeing none. So that gets us through planning and all that. And I guess we go over to finance then, starting on page 109.
Thank you, Dave. On 109, you can see our mission statement, chart of accounts, or not chart of accounts, organizational chart, budget message, strategic goals. On the page 110, talk about the requisitions, the electronic requisitions in Laserfish, and Dave's talking about doing additional forms online. We oversee the tax office. We do real estate tax collection for the township and the school district. The school district has roughly 26 or $27 million that we collect for. We do the CAFR, which is our annual audit. Of course, the budget. On page 111, we talk about the alignment with strategic planning, financial stability, to make sure that we're not overspending or putting our resources at risk. Make sure we have adequate staffing to do the work that's to be done, and deliver our services as efficiently as possible. And also part of that would be being part of regional programs. So I won't go through all the accomplishments for 2020. You can read them as you wish. Similar goals for 2021. Working with staff in Hinton, looking for the GFOA awards again. I chair the finance director meeting monthly. Help with the police bargaining if Dave prefers. Ordering computer hardware and software, This year we work with Scenario, which is the modeling software. I'm also looking at this ClearGov budgeting system. It would allow us to essentially align our budget best with the GFOA standards and also put it on our website that will make it much easier for the public to decipher and understand our budget. And I think that's very helpful for everybody because a PDF only so good, and if you don't know what you're looking at, it'd be very difficult. Treasurer's reports, insurance, capital improvement plan. Then you get into salaries, my salary. Then we have Tracy Miller and Faith Norris as the finance staff salaries. Faith does work for administration as well, but we have her salary in finance. Overtime, and Faith, if working meetings late at night or needs to do some overtime, there's money there available for her. Office supplies, pretty much pens, paper, envelopes, toner cartridges, that type of thing. General expense on page 114. Not a whole lot there. I did put $300 for staff incentives. I'm thinking about, like maybe some gift cards now and then for attaboys or attagirls. I think that's very helpful. It's not a lot of money, and I think it is really comes across well with staff. Looking at Keystone payroll, we're charged a subscription per payroll for Keystone. That's our payroll provider. They also do the Affordable Care Act reporting. There's a fee for that. Well, Angela and Tracy asked to try to get public works time electronically in 2021 as opposed to in paper as we currently do. There's money in there for kiosks or some sort of a mechanism, mostly a placeholder on trying to get that done. We also have the HR system for Keystone. It does our health insurance and tracks train. There's so much that it can do. It can track training, can track, families, dependents, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty robust, and it's all tied together with payroll, so it's just nice. There's no duplication of data. And they also do our W-2 reporting, so there's a small fee for that. Our annual audit fees with Baker Tilly. This will be our last year with them, 2021, for a 3-year agreement. So we might potentially go out with an RFP on that. We did do one 5 or 6 years ago, and they really, because they're a national organization, I think they're now international, they had the resources that many other local CPA firms didn't have and the expertise. So that was one of the reasons we went with them. And their price was very competitive.
Excuse me, quick
Sorry.
question about that. When you say you may go out for an RFP, is that something that the board asks you to do, or is that an administrative choice? How does that work?
Well, so the board would authorize the contract extension, but we will be issuing
Okay.
for proposals.
Thank you. Thanks.
2021. I'll add a little more solidarity to Eric's. We might be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
like, it's not my decision. That's why. Yeah.
But I
Thank you.
would, Eric and I would collaborate on that process. And we did this, as Eric said, probably about 5 years ago or so. So again, it's not, reflective of dissatisfaction over the price or service, but it's just, kind of a good practice in general to test the waters every so many years. And with the renewal coming up, it's timely. So we'll be seeing what else is out there, and it'll be competitive. We'll have several responses, I imagine, because we've had the past municipal accounting firms that are accounting firms with specialties in the public sector that would be interested in taking over that responsibility for us. And as with that goes the township's ICDA, the Industrial Commercial Development Authority, and the TUDEC trust, which is also audited as a nonprofit. There's a Form 990 IRS form that gets completed by the township's auditor for that too, which is budgeted under the TUDEC trust.
Correct. Okay. Communications, some staff gets a cell phone reimbursement, not the full cost, but it's like $10 a pay per person. So that's for me and Tracy Miller. Advertising and printing, mostly checks. We have special security checks. So if we need to go out for additional checks, that can get expensive. Dues, subscription, memberships. I typically would go to the GFOA National Conference at least every other year. I chose not to go this year or 2021. Well, 2020 was canceled. 2021. So that saves $2,000 roughly. In lieu of that, I'm getting my CPA license credits through this place called CPE Link, which does online training. It's far less expensive. So that's 80 credits every 2 years, minimum 20 per year. The accountant, we've moved her from a paper manual over to an online subscription. That's half the cost, and it's much better service than the paper document that she was getting. I like to keep track of fraud, so I have this certified fraud examiner's annual membership. There's some pretty neat things in there about how to prevent fraud, and one of the things, for example, is segregation of duties. So having sufficient staff, we can segregate our accounts payable from our accounts receivable, and myself as a third person overviewing, and then you have Dave as a fourth person, and also the board as a fifth group looking at things. So by segregating those duties, you can reduce the amount of fraud risk considerably. Different publications, webinars, so forth for staff, and nothing in capital. On page 117, you get into the tax office.
Before you do, Eric, you can just stop if there's any, it's a good pause point. Any questions, comments? Okay. Carry on.
Tax office staff, we split the costs with the school district. So that's Paula Hockenberry. She does most of her time with the tax services and some time with the township. So she does some overtime during crunch time, usually twice a year when the due dates are for the discount, because everybody pays a discount. And we're talking 11,000 tax returns a year. So it's not just a cupcake, that's for sure. Office supplies, if she needs pens, papers, paper clips, that type of thing. General expense, there's a little bit of money. I don't think it's ever been used. Well, there's projected. Not a whole lot there. Repairs and maintenance, that's we do have a lease with a copier printer, so that's what that's for.
Excuse me, Eric.
Sorry.
Yep. I'm sorry. Could we go back? You said Paula splits her time between Ferguson and the school district.
Yes.
And did you say half and half, or? Yeah. Okay. And then they reimburse us, I take it, and that's in revenue somewhere.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then there's a reconciliation at the end of the year that, you know, if we bill them too much or too little, it gets reconciled at the end of the year. Repairs and maintenance, I said, talk about copier. Postage, that's our cost for mailing out the township taxes. The school district mails their own taxes. Advertising, printing, she has special envelopes that are printed. That's the cost of that. Bonding, this is for the tax collector. Most of this is paid by the school district because it's based on the duplicate allocation. By, you know, our rate is so low and the schools are so high, we roughly pay 5% of the cost. The school pays 95%. If Paula wants to do any training, there's a little bit of money in there for $250 for her to do that. Contracted services, we use the RBA software system. It's a web-based system. I really like it, and it's far less expensive than what college, for example, used to use. They used to use a what they call it the green screen, an IBM system. They would literally log into that. Now they have, we've been using it for a while, but they have this web base, and it's a quarter of the cost of what that would be otherwise. But they do charge us to load our real estate information into their system. And then any supplementals, there's 2 supplementals per year. They charge that for that. And I'm anticipating, and this is something you might want to flag, that if we do a stormwater program billing, which I don't think we're doing this year, they would have to do some programming. So I put some money in there. I'm probably waiting for you to say, go ahead, flag it.
Right, so we would either have to do it if the board elects to enact a fee in fiscal year 2021, there'd be a supplemental bill that'd be issued. So there'd be a cost associated with that. Even, during typical program years, we would have to pay a little bit more for them to add that fee on that bill. So that represents that. It's a little bit of a dart in the wall, but I think it's an educated guess that's approximately the expense. So, when it comes to additional administration costs, at least as that pertains to the collection of the fee, this is what we estimate it will be per year.
Yeah, and there's no additional fees for us to actually do the work because it'd be on the same bill as everything else. So, and the software will take care of that data. So that doesn't cost us anything extra for work for Paula, for example.
Sorry, what's the page number again? My browser just crashed. So
118.
Thank you.
118, but we're about to skip to 194.
And we don't do the EIT nor the local services tax. Both are collected by the state college borough. And then 195.
Bottom of 194 is debt service interest.
Yeah. Okay.
So you want to just, unless there's any questions on, okay, we'll jump right to there.
Yeah, we do have what Tracy calls curbs. We have money that is set aside for basically a deposit on account that we pay interest on. And when that money is released, we have to pay the accumulated interest. And that's what that dollar amount is. It varies considerably depending upon how many curbs are released. And following down, you go to employers' taxes on the next page. Social Security is basically a math 7.65% of gross payroll. So it's just a math factor of our payroll. Nobody's reached our 142. Anybody in private industry that makes more than $142,800 will not pay additional Social Security tax, but I've not seen that ever hit, and that changes every year. Unemployment insurance, we have PML, Unemployment Compensation Trust. So we pay a pretty low rate, 1.23% up to $10,000. So anybody that's making $10,000 or more will pay 1.23% of that, split quarterly. Obviously, the first quarter would be the most expensive because that's where once they hit the limit, usually in the second quarter, they don't pay any. So the first quarter is when most of the money is paid out. Pension expense, next item, that's a big dollar item. That's both the police and the non-uniform plan. And also in 2020, we contracted with a consultant to deal with our non-uniform plan. So his fee is $12,000 a year. So that's added to the MMO amount. That's why you see a difference. Insurance and risk management, that's through PML or Benecon. We've been very favorable with those. We have a little bit of money for safety improvement. If we want to look for, typically it's a safety incentive program that Penn Prime would offer, and they would give us grant money if we offer to do certain safety improvements. So that's reimbursable. Staff asked me to go this insurance claim expenses account. What was happening in the past was if there was an accident and we had to pay an insurance claim for repairs to a vehicle or so forth, that would be charged to the budgets under staff, and it would throw their budget off. So we created a separate account specifically for these items. We don't know when. We're not going to anticipate somebody getting in an accident, but so I'm not budgeting for that. But that's what that account would be for, so that the original budgets in the account, in the, like, you know, Bruce's repairs and maintenance doesn't get affected by that. Then you get into our property and police liability and so forth, public officials. We do get a large discount from Penn Prime from a lot of the things that we do with the safety programs, for example, and different activities that we do. We get a decent claims credit, and if they offer us credits as well, which we can pretty much pick and choose what credits that we want to take for the year up to a certain amount, and that pretty much stabilizes our cost. So I put an even amount based upon this year's, and anticipating that we would use some of those credits up. Same thing with workers' comp. Our workers' comp may be higher than that, but we have a nice reduction in what they call the experience mod. So if we haven't had any claims, our modification drops, so it's a multiplier. So if they take $100,000 times what our 0.684, you're looking at 68,000 instead of 100,000. If you get a claim, that could go over one. It could be substantially more expensive. We've been very good keeping our claims down, so that's helped us considerably over the last few years. We also use Hartman Group for consulting services to try to find better ways to improve our insurance experiences. Vehicle insurance, crime insurance. We actually have that would be crime insurance. Internet crimes. It's a cyber crime insurance.
Cyber crime, right.
Employee benefits, we provide 20% of cost of health insurance.
Eric, you want us to pause for just a second in case there's any
Sure.
questions on insurance? Okay.
Employee benefits, in order to try to reduce the cost of health insurance, we offer a 20% fee and payment in lieu of health insurance. So employees that have other options, like married couple where the husband or wife is on insurance through their employer, we would offer 20% of the cost of what that insurance would be with us, rather than them being on our insurance. So we're saving 80% of the cost of insurance for that person. And we roughly 11 employees on it. So that's a substantial savings in health costs to us. Vision insurance, that's pretty standard. We offer Davis Vision, been there for as long as I can remember. Basically, eye exams and contacts and glasses, that type of thing. Here's a big one, health insurance. You know, this is gross. We have been getting refunds from previous years. For example, we're looking at 110,000 this year from last year's surplus. So if you wanted to net it out, you're looking at 818 would be our actual cost, or not actually projected for this year. But we're hoping, and I think Dave said there was a 6% increase this year.
6%.
Yeah. So there's a slight increase in this year, but if we don't use it, we'll get the refund back, which you would not see in a normal insurance company. And the retirement health savings account, this is the program that if employees do not use 50% of their sick time on an annual basis and they have a set amount accumulated, they could get a $500 payment into a retirement health savings account annually. We're usually I have 10 employees. So you're looking at 10 employees. So it's an incentive for people not to use their sick time. Dental insurance, that's with United Concordia. Been with them for a long time. We do offer group term life insurance at $80,000 for employees. And short-term disability is also, that's paid by the township. We do have a long-term disability, but that's paid by the employees, so that's not listed here. And part of the health insurance reimbursements or the refunds that we've been getting, we've put a little money aside to try to improve employee wellness. So we're investing in employees and trying to improve their education and fitness and so forth. Health screenings, flu shots, that type of thing to try to reduce our amount of claims. And I think that is okay. Contingency. Do you want to get into the merit? I think you want to wait for that for later, Dave.
No, let's hit contingency now.
Okay.
So, and I'll cover this one. So the first line item there is merit increases. And I know, I don't know whether we flagged the whole topic for discussion then under day 3, but I have that already noted. So this is based on the discussion that we had at executive session of a 1% merit allocation. You'll note that projected, it's not factored in there because, and this is just a little bit of a movement of the numbers. We actually account for it under the salary line item, but overall the funds themselves are allocated separately under this particular account. So the projection, the actual spent dollars out of this account will always be 0, but we're taking the individual merit based on what gets attributed to an employee and placing that in their employee salary account. So their salary account may be a little bit over reflective of the merit, but this account will always show 0. That's just kind of some general accounting updates there.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. Yeah.
We'll see an update.
We don't know what the merit's going to be until the budget's already done and over with.
You'll see an update for the salary survey. The board had an opportunity to get the report from NJ Hess and Associates recently for the study that was completed this year. This is essentially what's been proposed, and you had a chance to review. It's factored in to that line item right there. Employee service awards is another employee incentive program that the townships had for a number of years. And there's an uncommitted reserve account. Typically it isn't used, but in the past, if there's something that comes up that just doesn't fit nicely in any of these categories, that's when that contingency fund may be dipped into. It's really just as it sounds. It's a uncommitted reserve, or it's an uncommitted allocation that gives us some flexibility should the need arise. I don't anticipate spending anything out of it this year, and presumably not next year either.
Okay. And there's no questions there. We'll go to the last item, which is page 201, the interfund transfers. You can see we have to provide for debt service for the bond payments. So that's $400,000 getting transferred into the general obligation fund. That'll be an annual transfer. There's $50,000 being transferred to agricultural preservation fund to help pay, provide sufficient monies for the what do you want to call it, the easements that you're looking for in 2021. Stormwater fund, this is out of the general fund. Part of this comes out of another fund, but this is a general fund transfer to the stormwater fund to make sure there's enough money in there to complete the work there. And the capital reserve fund is really being used for equipment. So 750,000 is anticipated to maintain sufficient fund balance in addition to the sinking fund balances. So we want to make sure we have enough money to make sure to provide for replacement equipment as needed, as well as new equipment if there is any.
Excuse me, Eric, can we go
Yes.
just back to the transfers to the Ag Preservation Fund? We'll talk
Sure.
about it when we're at the fund, but the narrative here says to allow the township to purchase ag easements within the township. Is that just a little bit wrong? Like people can get their ag preservation easements without this money? That's
Correct.
a question.
So the way the ag easement program works is, there's really, at least in Ferguson Township, there's commonly three parties that are involved. There's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, there's Center County, and then in our case, which is not the norm, I should say, for Pennsylvania municipalities, the township has historically contributed $150 per acre toward the purchase of those easements. In return, we get a share of those easements. So we actually own part of the conservation easements on the preserved farmland in Ferguson Township. It doesn't in any way, it doesn't really add to a farm's consideration for preservation, meaning just by virtue of the additional financial assistance that we provide, it doesn't mean that a farm is more likely to be targeted for preservation in the county program. There's a very prescriptive assessment methodology that's used by not just Center County, but counties all around the Commonwealth. It's LISA, pun intended, but land, LESE. Land, it's not named for you. But I think it stands for Land Evaluation Site Assessment. And that is how they characterize or quantify a farm's standing in that program. But it does give an additional incentive for farmers to place their land in consideration for this, because not only would they be entitled to whatever consideration they get from the county and the Commonwealth, they also can qualify for $150 per acre. We haven't purchased, I mean, we've, at least in my tenure here, we've been a party to all of the conservation easement purchases in Ferguson Township, with the exception of one, and that was just this year. The Campbell easement on the west end, we decided that we weren't going to participate in that acquisition of those conservation easements, but otherwise, this year we had Larry Harpster's tract. Recently, we did Connolly, the Connolly farm out in the West End. So we participated, even in just the last 3 years, in, I would say, 5 or 6 conservation easement acquisitions.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure.
We'll talk about it a little more when we get to the fund.
I'll rephrase
Thanks.
that a little bit so it doesn't sound.
No, from what Dave said, it seems actually accurate. It does allow us to be a party in the purchase, which I didn't fully understand that component. And I'll ask later what that means, but for now we can move on. Thanks.
Yeah.
The Transportation Improvement Fund, that's a calculation, as I show in a table, and how that's calculated. Park Improvement Fund, we moved the park projects, the township park projects, to the Park Improvement Fund, which is number 34 this year. So there's some funding to help provide resources to that. And then we did get money from the county, or expect to get money from the county, from the county liquid fuels, and we're going to transfer that to liquid fuels fund to be used for liquid fuels uses. And that's it.
Questions on interfund transfers? I know we covered them a little bit in their respective funds, but.
So I have a question about the narrative about the transfers to the Park Improvement Fund. Mm-hmm. It just says that the cost of park projects and will require funding from the general fund. It could come from that thing that we call the regional parks, whatever, capital fund. So,
regional capital.
it really will require funding from another fund, possibly the general fund, or am I thinking wrongly about that?
Well, so typically in years prior, when we hadn't been using Fund 34 as our main funding mechanism for parkland improvements, which we just started doing in 2020, really, we'd been transferring the money into capital reserve from general fund. So this is kind of a reallocation of those dollars from capital reserve, where we had been funding those improvements into the general fund. If the board elects that, in lieu of the transfer from general, you want to add additional transfers from Fund 31, you could do that. And, presumably either reduce or eliminate the need to transfer from general fund, or, by making up for those dollars elsewhere. But that's how it's presented.
Thanks. Thanks.
So after interfund transfers, the COG budget kind of skips around a little bit. So we'll start up with administration, and I'll probably run through this fairly quickly since these are all set by the funding formula and the board's had an opportunity to review the summary budget. But you'll see on page 120 is COG administration. That has gone down in 2021 by about $10,000. COG building capital is relatively stable from years prior. There's a couple $100 increase in the COG budget. And then on the following page, page 121, is the amount to replenish or to continue to fund the COG contingency for repairs and equipment to the building. Again, a line item that comes out of the COG summary budget. Regional planning skips to page 164. Again, 164. And it's right down there at the bottom of the page. You'll see the, that allocation has increased significantly from fiscal year 2020. That's for our membership in the regional planning program. We don't participate in the local planning program since we have our own local planners.
I don't want to flag that. I just want to comment. I think everyone knows why that went up, but just in case somebody doesn't, it's because they were short on staffing. Some people left and they weren't replaced last year. So that's why it was lower and it increased for this year. And the second thing I want to say is I think it's important that we're a part of this. But I think it's important that we also keep an eye on what the work program is for CRPA, because sometimes those lines can get a little bit blurred about not consciously really between the local planning portion and the regional planning portion, but things like, and I mentioned this before, the planners are going to create a model ordinance for some different municipalities to use, but we wouldn't necessarily use that kind of thing since, like you just said, we have our own planner. So it's just something for the future for whoever is in that committee and keeping an eye on that does need to be monitored, especially as the staff increases. I think the likelihood of those things getting a little bit nebulous will increase too.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I've been, we've been trying to utilize the regional planning services a little bit more fully. And just the last couple of years, Pine Grove Mill Small Area Plan was one example of that. But yeah, I know Jenna and, her staff in the planning department have been, there's been some mission creep between, our department and their agency. So we are, it's a good point that we do need to be vigilant of that and make sure that, we're continuing to get the value that, we're paying for out of that program, which, I'm confident we are. They've got a good group over there, and we get value out of that. Center County Metropolitan Planning Organization, 414,531. See, that's representative of a slight increase in 2021. And that's it for regional planning. CATA transit system starts down on page 182. Skip there real quick, and you'll see that, as you probably know, they run a June to July fiscal year. So, we have kind of a spillover of our 2020 and 2021 allocations, or 2021, 2022 allocations, or fiscal year 2020, 2021 allocations that are budgeted for CATA in the upcoming year. So you'll see third and fourth quarter. Those are when they're due, but they're for the second 2 quarters of the CATA fiscal year. And then the first 2 quarters of the CATA fiscal year are budgeted as the last 2 payments in our fiscal year, which runs, of course, January to December. So, that's why there's that little bit of a split there.
I have a question about the CATA dollars. So we actually had some line reductions in Ferguson Township, but our costs went up.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
So and that's a question I asked of Luana, and she'll be coming to present at some point to the board on some of the proposed changes to local match shares. Essentially, the way CATA operates as a partly federal funded agency, they have to have a certain percentage of local match accounted for. And that's been, over the years, distributed in sort of different ways of varying complexity. We have a more simplified formula now, but even though Ferguson Township has lost some service routes through other municipalities kind of withdrawing from that program entirely, so Half Moon Township, for example, we have to pick up, the rest of us have to pick up the slack, which is why it's representative of an increase in order for us to meet that match requirement that they're required to make as others withdraw from the program entirely and don't fund any of it. So it's basically—
I have to say how incredibly unfair I feel that is, that we're losing service but have to pay more because of fewer partners. I guess I don't know. That's pretty frustrating.
Sure. And Luana met with the managers about 2 weeks ago to, talk through some of the proposed changes in their fare structure. And, as we heard recently from, John Spahalski in his report, a majority of CATA's funding comes from their ridership fares, which have been really significantly reduced in response to the pandemic by upwards of 80% or more in what they typically collect at the fare box. So there's a need to make up for that reduction as well, which is affecting our local shares. So while it is certainly driven by, partners like Half Moon Township withdrawing and not having any service, but it's also driven by their reduction in fares collected at the box.
Understood. I'm just wondering, though, I guess I'm just wondering how much Penn State, who is a heavy user of CATA, how much of a percentage that they're making up in juxtaposition to how much we're making up. So I don't know if we can get an answer to that question.
I vaguely remember, I think in the when we went to CATA as new members, they told us what Penn State is paying for those loops that they run and a bunch of other things. And then they said that they get a bunch of money from these apartment complexes.
Right.
So, but the amounts I don't remember. So
right. And that's something else I would be interested in. So, how much those apartment complex, how much more they're paying. So have their fees gone up or not? If not, then I don't know. I'd like to learn more about it.
There's one other thing, and I think Luana can explain this better, or John. The municipal funding is sort of independent of those, because we have a required amount of municipal funding in order to get the state and federal funding. And that amount automatically goes up 5% every year. That's another reason why it goes up, even if we have a smaller share. But the municipal funding is really tied to state and federal matches, that we have to match that in order to get the state and federal money. So the municipal funding is really heavily leveraged but that's separate from the Penn State or apartment money, which is not leveraged. So it's a really complex.
It is very complicated. Yeah, I admit that I'm a little bit sore about the whole loss of the.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it is hard
service.
it's hard to understand in the best of circumstances. And
Yeah.
I think we're not in the best of circumstances right now.
To add to the difficulty too is that they're having to increase service downtown with all the new high rises and new residents down there. So that, to fund that money has to come from somewhere too. So they're going to need more buses, more drivers. So it is so complicated. And the apartment contracts are something that I struggle with because they're, I don't think that I don't know how they compare to the fare that somebody just pays when they come on there, but certainly it's lower. And the argument is that, well, they don't have to buy these riding plans. The apartment complexes don't have to, but CATA needs that ridership. So it's really complicated, but something I think we've got to ask the hard questions when she comes in, because they're gonna be struggling with a lot of these questions for the next few years.
And mind you, I'm very supportive of CATA. I just, anytime there's a regional program and then, we're losing service and our costs are going up, I'm just, want to take a look.
If it helps, it's a little bit of a mental gymnastics, but if it helps, we can, it's, essentially Half Moon or whoever dropped out, they weren't being served by the service as much. So they were subsidizing the municipal part a little bit more. And now, so we were getting a cheaper rate before, and now we are, that subsidy is gone in a way. If you
An incredibly generous way to look at Half Moon's dropping out, I'll tell you.
But it's an important resource. I agree. We need it, and we've got to look at the long term.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
I did prime, the pump a little bit when I was talking with Luana, that I figured you would be asking the questions about, the reduced service level to Ferguson Township, and yet sort of coupled with the increase. So
yeah, thank you.
You won't be surprised by that. If there's no more questions on CATA, down on page 183 is the Parks and Recreation contribution. You'll see again with the modified COG formula, that's been very slightly reduced by about $727.
Dave, why is it called the modified COG formula in this particular situation? Shouldn't it just be the COG formula, because this is just the straight up park and rec contribution?
No, it doesn't include Half Moon Township. So the COG formula is also.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
All the ways we modify
it for a long time. So
yeah. So many ways to modify the COG formula. Yeah. Thanks.
COG Aquatics capital contribution is there under 452,532.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, is this, this is using the modified COG formula without participants. This is just the formula, not including participants, because it's capital. That's a question.
This is the same formula. The Parks and Rec has the same formula for anything that uses the COG formula, which is just the COG formula without Half Moon Township.
Some parts of Park and Rec, if I understand correctly, use participation as well.
Right, that's separate. I'm just saying that where the COG formula is used in Park Rec, it's always the same thing. But there are places used, like the Adult Center.
Okay, so in this case, it's not about participation at all. It's just that modified formula.
Yeah, it's just whichever municipalities are part of it.
Thank you.
Millbrook Marsh follows the aquatics capital contribution. So you'll see that reflected there, a slight increase over 2020. Parks capital contribution just below that.
And this parks capital contribute, okay, this is not the debt, okay, so.
Right. This is the park
Yep.
capital program. Nature Center capital is below that. You'll see then a fairly significant increase there, as we all know, due to the changes in the capital budget for Millbrook Marsh.
Can I just ask, can we go back to the Parks and Rec contribution? So I tried to look through the COG budget a little bit. So their programs were decreased over spring and summer and fall, and then you take the pools out of it. So, and I don't know. I know they were significantly changed. So I'm just wondering, we ended up on a high number here. So if we were at 404,000 in 2019, we're at 465,000 in 2020. But I'm assuming they didn't have to hire some seasonal staff, but but then we probably had to make up for missing registrations and things for programming. But how is that balancing out?
Those are different numbers than what I have. I must be working on the wrong copy. Are you on top of page 183, Lisa?
Yeah. So I was maybe, I don't know if I'm looking at the right thing either. So I was looking at
2019 actual is 453,904.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I looked in the chart. Maybe I'm looking at, wait, the chart below.
Oh.
Maybe that's something different.
Chart right below it shows the history. So 464, 564 is what you're seeing in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2019 doesn't match.
Good point. All right, good catch. I didn't see that. All right, I'll make note of that. Find out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm
Either
not sure.
way, it jumps up a lot from 2018. Well, I guess it had been higher a couple of years.
They hired, I think they did some hiring. They got a bus to drive around.
And it's very possible that something changed. The 2019 was a budget amount, and the actual might be different for who knows what reason.
Oh, but wait, the bus would not have come out of this. It would have come out of the capital one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we'll have to pull up our accounting history there and just take a look back at 2019, see where that number is coming from. I can do that pretty quickly.
Yeah, in this particular budget line or whatever, yeah, they really reduced all their programming, which reduced their revenue, but they did not, as far as I understand it, they maintained all their staff and mowed the parks.
There were furloughs.
A lot.
I think there were furloughs, particularly in the programming part.
Right. And then they wouldn't have to hire some extra
there were no new hires. Yeah.
seasonal people to do the camps and stuff. So I just, looking at it, a simplistic view, I would think that it would be a little bit lower, but I just want to figure out how we got to that number.
It's in the, I don't remember the details from the COG budget, but one thing I do know is it also includes some operating for the pools, because up until this year, the pools have gotten all of their operating money from the
fees.
Actual fees. And
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we had to supplement the operating because this year they didn't take in enough money to cover all that.
Right. Okay, so that's
so
what
there are things like that happened, and I'm not sure. I don't remember details on where the numbers came.
Well, that would explain it. Was I'm trying to remember how much that was. That was
yeah, that I don't remember, but
I feel like it was 100,000. Some maybe spread out. I don't know. So
yeah.
Yeah.
That would explain that a little bit.
Ours is roughly a fourth of whatever the total amount was.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And
but I
then
don't
they
remember
have,
the-
2019 actual has to be adjusted to, at least according to the general ledger. That's down at, that's 408,953, not 453,904. So we'll have to make that correction.
so neither of the 2019 numbers are correct. So both of them.
2019 actual is not correct. That's right.
But I mean, then down in the table too.
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Because it does show that our budgeted number matches 404, 448.
Okay.
Yes, that's the budget version.
There's that overage. I don't have, Eric hasn't given me permissions to be that dangerous in the, we'll look into it.
And then Lisa, I'll add that I would think that those two positions they're advertising for right now, that they didn't end up hiring in 2020
Mm-hmm.
are in the 2020
Oh,
One.
gotcha. Okay.
budget.
Right.
but they're in the budget for next year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this
Right.
number actually goes up and down. So it went
it
up
does.
20K in 2017, then went down 44K, then
Mhm.
almost, the negative and the positives recovered at 2019. So to bring it to about 2016 numbers. So 2020 is the first time there has been a big jump of about 60K. And that might be one person being hired. I'm just guessing, but
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Aquatics capital below that. I think I covered
Did.
the remainder of these items. If there's any other questions or notes or flag items under 452. Touch on spectator recreation real quick. This is kind of an undesignated account that the board has historically appropriated to cover community requests for contributions. We didn't have very many of them this year. Most of the things that the township typically sponsors, Fourth Fest, and well, we did a little bit for Fourth Fest. That's where you see some of that. But First Night, People's Choice, Arts Quest, and the like were held differently or weren't held. So we didn't have any requests. There's also an appropriation in here for maintenance and material for the Ferguson Township Garden Club project that they do at the intersection of 45 and 26. Proposed to keep it the same this year. I haven't had many requests come in thus far for sponsorships, but there is a policy that the board has in place for those opportunities as they arise, where you actually, kind of see them on a meeting agenda, requests for sponsorship, and then you can determine whether you want to release any of those funds based on the individual requests.
And didn't our Fourth Fest contribution this year, like we considered, since they didn't have it, they were like, we'll use it for next year. So we shouldn't get any requests or.
Well, I believe that's correct. We'll see what happens when we get there. We supported some of their fireworks display. They had those kind of simultaneous fireworks displays that took place around the region. And, the commitment from the Fourth Fest executive director was that, there would either be, we would either not be asked for any allocation, or it would be reduced based on what we contributed in 2020. But I haven't heard any updates on numbers from,
Yes.
I believe his name's Frank Sabino.
I mean, I don't know. You could flag this one for a third night conversation. I don't want to remove it all, but I'd probably be okay with cutting it by half for this year. But we can talk about it.
Contributions. Okay, that's done. And yes, I think we could cut this and still be in good shape. Park operating expenditures, very small line item. Township park advertising, geez, without looking at that, I'm not even sure what we would have done with that this year. Maybe some promotional materials for the 2 Deck Center Gives campaign. No, that shouldn't be, Eric, that should be zeroed out. Can you make a note of that? We didn't spend any of that money this year.
So is this, I'm lost where we
$800
are because
Zero, right? Okay.
I thought we were under COG, but then we went to our township park operating expenses, I guess.
We wandered away.
Okay.
Yeah, this kind of jumps around. I mean, it's parks in general, right? So, and actually, Eric, you can just make a note there too. We haven't spent anything from either of those accounts this year.
All right.
We could
I guess I'm just wondering why this isn't closer to the park improvement fund that's about our parks and it's sort of nestled under COG, or
probably could be, or it certainly could be.
could we do that for sanity's sake?
Well, are all of the funds listed here by number though? I guess that, I mean, are they in order of number or is it?
Yeah,
They
are.
Well, Pennsylvania has their own chart of accounts that we're supposed to follow, and for like the DCD audit, that has to when the auditors submit for that audit, those numbers have to match up, so we have to follow that.
We, frankly, we really have no need for either of these accounts. The last we dipped into these
Can
accounts.
we delete them?
Yeah, I'd say in lieu of deleting them, we did spend money in 2019 on both of those accounts. So the 2019 actual is correct. The 2020 for both should be zeroed out, Eric. And I would suggest we zero out the 2021 expenditures. And then beginning in 2022, those accounts will disappear.
Great. Beautiful. Thank you.
Works for me.
Because any operating stuff is coming out of Public Works.
Well, yeah. So what we've used these for in 2019 for advertising was to advertise the Park and Rec Committee meetings, which we take out of a different account this year. That probably just a misallocation, although I guess it makes sense. And in 2020 for park operating expenses, geez, I just had it up and now I have to look back at it. We used it for food for the suburban park ad hoc committee that did that work on the master. So,
And we have food budget for meetings. So yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay. We'll do that on our end, no problem. Well, that's Parks and Recreation. Then library services is next. If there's nothing else on that, library goes down page 192. So not too much skipping around there. Again, formulaic, you'll see the 2021 allocation reflects a modest decrease from the 2020 allocation. And just below that, 456, 531, similar, very modest decrease from 2020 for SCLO Library Capital.
I have a question about operating. So can we, for each of these COG things, could we put something about the formula? So my recollection is that the formula for library operating includes participants or checkouts. That's how it is. So it's checkout based in this case. So it's, I guess we had people checking more out, even though the library was closed for a significant period of time.
Well, it's a
that's
percentage of
possible.
checkouts. It would be a percentage of total checkouts because it's based on percentage usage.
Okay.
So you might
So
have
we
fewer
could have had
checkouts.
five. We could have had 5 checkouts and we
Yeah, but if
still
everybody
owe
else
that
only had
money.
4, we're still.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But I think
could-
actually the system they have set up, they are really distributing a lot of books now.
Yeah, that's why I said it could have been that for
Yeah.
sure.
But I think we had said something about looking at
We did.
this as a recommendation to COG. Is that really is it a better way to apportion costs than the COG
Right.
formula? I don't know that it is, considering that checkouts are not the only
Right.
metric for the library or the only
Right.
costs. So
So,
Right.
but then my statement though, for the narratives of each of these cog things, could we, for all boards in the future's sake, to help us continue to understand how cog does all of their funding schema, could in each of them we include in the narrative a sentence or two about that? Thank you.
Noted.
Can I ask?
Eric, I'll probably ask you to work on that if you can refer to the program plan or even have
Yeah.
Joe.
So you want to know what?
Whether it includes participants or program subscribers, or whether it's based on the COG formula, modified formula, etc.
I don't even mean necessarily for this particular document before it's passed on our desks. Like next year is fine if that's, you know, burdensome. Just as we continue to evolve the budget document, that would be great. Thank you.
Do we know what the PPP loan was for? What the amount of that they got?
I don't remember the amount. It was fairly substantial, I think, in the range of 300,000 or so.
It wouldn't. I don't think it's reflected in the summary budget, is it? No, it wouldn't necessarily be because that would be a 2020 item. I'm not sure off the top of my head either.
And then that wouldn't affect our contribution because that's really balancing out what they're lost in late fees and that kind of thing. So, okay.
Yeah, I think it pretty much covered costs that they had, that because they were also doing furloughs
For
to
lows
keep
for
costs
employees.
down. And
Yeah. And they're still not charging late fees. So, and I'm not sure why, but.
Shall I advance or any more on that? Okay. Active Adult Center is top of page 193. Just want to make sure I'm in the right. Yep. Page 193.
So sorry. So I guess Steve is going to tell me the same thing about why our costs are still rather high, even though it was closed for the majority of the year and still continues to function at a very low level, is because it's a percentage.
yeah.
But it says, so it's a percentage, but then here it says it's based on actual use.
Right. So whatever number they had,
okay,
that's how they portioned it, but there are a lot of fixed costs like the run of the.
Thanks.
Yep.
That covers the COG. Were you just going to keep pressing on, or did you want to take a stretch break? Or
It's not going to take much time to finish the rest of these, I don't think.
Okay.
Well, unless anybody has a urgent need to break, we can. Yeah, because the rest of them are pretty straightforward.
Sure. Zip through them. Eric, I'm going to ask you to start with Streetlight Fund. Starts on page, 203 is the title page, but really the substance begins on page 204.
Sure thing. 204, a little bit of interest because we do keep some money in the bank. Streetlight assessments, it's based on a formula or a policy that we have. And we did increase the rate to 29 cents to try to make up the deficit. They're looking at the actual for this year of 20,000, based on a calculation that we think we'll get. We have a long Excel spreadsheet that has each parcel and how much they think they will get. So we'll increase it to get 21,482 next year to help reduce that deficit that I was talking about. The street lights themselves, that's cost of the electricity for the street lights, roughly 17,000 is budgeted. A lot of that too is we've improved the efficiency by putting LED lighting in, so that reduced the operating costs. That will help us out. as well. And then there's some maintenance for township-owned streetlights, Pine Grove Mills, Turnberry, Pine Hill, so 2,500. So that's really all that's in streetlight fund. You go to the hydrant fund, which is page 207. Sorry.
Before we move on, can I just ask?
Yep.
So maybe you just said this and I missed it because I was trying to search through here. So, okay, so just looking back, so the revenue in 2019 was about 4,000. And then is it listing in, okay, so.
Yeah, that revenue does look, no.
Yeah, that can't be right, Eric. You got to flag that and take a look back at it.
Yeah.
Here. It actually ought to be, it's probably 23,751.
Okay.
Why was it running at a deficit? Did you say?
We've been increasing, I don't know if there's additional streetlights that were added, but we've been increasing that to try to reduce that deficit. But it's like when you get $3,000 in revenue and you're spending 15, I think that would be a part of the problem. But I think that's wrong.
Yeah, Eric, I think looking at Springbrook, I think it was a journal entry reversal that maybe should not have been done.
Okay.
I think that number should be 19,584.73. Well, obviously round up, but 19,585. That is showing as the actual, which is where we would have pulled that number from.
Yeah, and that's the same thing when we get into the hydrant fund. I didn't like that number either.
Yeah, something happened with a journal entry there that got that.
Okay.
Okay, so, but if it's paid by an assessment related to the costs, how is it a deficit?
So, you know,
It lags.
Sorry?
Our assessment is after the fact. Like we're not going to assess higher than our actual costs, and when we know what the costs are, then we change the assessment for the following year.
right. We always
I think
lag a little bit in our collection for that because we set the assessments at the end of the calendar year. You'll actually set that by resolution. And so depending on any rate increases or costs of, most of these are on tariff, so we pay a fixed price. But as those prices fluctuate on the distribution side, not the generation side, because that's by contract, that's where we see some of that difference, kind of ascribed. And so, you can do, Eric, I think alluded to earlier that we sort of subsidize it a little bit, or with loans almost, if you will, from the general fund. We don't actually transfer it, but that's where that money sits. We need to make up that fund balance deficit. We can raise, significantly raise the rates that are paid, or we can incrementally raise the rates that are paid over a period of time in order to adjust for that. But to Eric's point, because we don't know what the actual costs incurred are going to be for that fiscal year, and we set the rates in the previous year, sometimes that results in that deficit.
So I guess it was the 2019. I don't have previous years, and I don't know when it was established. So I'm lacking the history here in my numbers, but it looks like it's that 2019 that really set it into the deficit.
The 2019 is not an accurate number. We didn't collect 3,751. The way I see it, we actually collected
19,000.
Yeah, that number I think was due to an error in our general ledger entry there. So I think that's 19,585.
No, because that'd change the outlook of that fund a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we'll take it. We'll flag that, or we'll make a note of that to look into and make any appropriate adjustments there. The assessments for streetlights, and actually hydrants for that matter, have been the subject of some discussion by the board over the last couple of years, meaning particularly streetlights, not so much hydrants, but the streetlights are assessed on it's formulaic. It's based on lineal footage shared by properties that lie within a certain radius of a street light. So, you're permitted to do that under the second class township code, but by, you know, it's a question of, I guess, equity in some respects, whether, or fairness, whether you want to continue to do that, because you can just pay for it out of the general fund, or, you know, there's other, you know, other funding mechanisms. So the question really is, who benefits from a street light? Is it just the people that live adjacent to it? Like you can argue for a hydrant, or is it, you know, anybody that drives or walks or travels through that corridor? And, you know, that's a policy decision for the board to make. We've had some discussion about it. We never actually changed it. These aren't big bills. We don't get complaints about them. These are, you know, you're talking a couple of bucks for, you know, a property owner that lives in that radius of a fire hydrant. But we can look at it more carefully if the board's interested in future years. Maybe not this year, but we can keep it on our radar.
Would it simplify accounting if we just got rid of it? Or, I mean, I guess my question is it worth?
We wouldn't have to send bills for it.
Yeah.
You know, we wouldn't have to, but the you know, the calculations are done. I mean, really,
Yeah.
it's just every year it's just resending the same bills unless we have new streetlights.
Okay.
Commonly don't.
Dave, are those goosenecks on what's the road in Pine Grove Mills that has the same name? Deepwood and Deepwood, I think it is. Are they in this somewhere? Are they some? Yeah, they are. Okay.
Yeah, they're included in there. They are on tariff. So we assess the property owners within a, well, I used to know the radius off the top of my head, 240 feet. It sounds familiar. But anyway, we assess the property owners based on their lineal front footage.
250.
250.
As an aside, I always think that when I go through Pine Hall, that there are way too many streetlights in there. There are so many streetlights, like it is so overlit in there. I don't know, this is more of a public works thing, but I don't know if there's some kind of a formula for how many you're supposed to have for safety, but it just seems like we could have gotten away with half of the lights that are in there. But that's,
I mean, there are standards. ASHTO, I think. I don't know if Dave is back with us. I know he stepped away. He sent me a message, but
yeah.
anyway, there are some standards for luminaires, for pedestrian safety, and for vehicular safety, but they're not, you know, they're not required. You know, the tariff structure is kind of strange, and I won't get into it in much detail tonight, but anyway, we just pay a fixed rate to West Penn Power. We don't actually own the lights. We don't maintain them. In most applications, Pine Grove Mills is kind of a hybrid tariff for some of those lights, but we pay, and it's a 10-year contract. So, you know, we could have them removed or abandoned.
No need for that.
But,
just like, I'm just saying, like, if we have in some land development regulation that we want all these lights jammed into there, you know, like, I guess we could just look at the metric we're using at some point and see if we want to stick with it. Maybe others have other opinions, and it's a side topic, so we can move on.
Yeah, I'm against light pollution, so I'll always vote for taking it out.
Eric, do you want to move on to Fund 3?
Okay. I'll
Sorry.
say that pay starts on, let's see, 207, and we'll make the same comment for the 2019 actual. It does not look right. I'll get a hold of that, make sure we got the right figure in there. So that's a reason for the deficit in the hydrant fund as well. As we stated, we're going to have to increase the assessment to 25%, 25 cents, sorry. It's currently 15, so we're going to add 10 cents per lineal foot. Like Dave said, it's not a big amount. And that'll help pay for the increase in the hydrant cost from the water authority. Plus, there's a little bit of money in there for contingency if they're going to increase the rates again. So, I mean, that's an assessment we add on to the real estate tax bill, and we'll collect that and apply it to the hydrant fund. Not a whole lot there.
Okay.
General obligation.
There's no other questions or comments on the hydrant fund. 214 starts general obligation. Eric, you want to
Sure.
take it
All
away?
right, so this fund is in particular to pay our bond debt payments. So we'll transfer money from the general fund. We have 400,000 going into this for 2021. We're looking at why is that million? I had millions in that hurt too. No, maybe not. Sorry.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
administrative.
we put money in there. Yeah, we put money in there because of the deficit in the capital reserve. There's a complex thing with that, so that's correct.
That is correct.
We have no long-term debt bond payment this year for the for this year for no principal on 471. It is page 216. So there's no principal payment due this year. There will be next year. There is an interest payment due this year of 170,000, and then we'll have 178,000 next year for interest. So you add the 178 to the 105, you'll get the total bond payment next year. Anything that's not used will be retained in the general obligation fund for future bond payments. And then this year we have $1 million I had to transfer to the capital. Or next year we have $1 million. Actually, we're correcting that, but originally budgeted $1 million and 66.7 million this year for the Public Works building. So looks like the construction is not going to get done as much as they thought. So the amount that we're going to transfer this year is actually going to be less. Next year will be a little bit more. So I'll make that correction. It'll be a wash. There's not going to be any change to the total, just the timing of when that money gets transferred.
Yeah, think of the general obligation fund as kind of a clearinghouse for debt service. That's where the money gets deposited for the debt issue. It's where it gets moved for the payments on the loans, and then it's where it gets moved out of to actually fund the specific project. It's really just kind of a way station on the way to its final destination. Questions on general obligation? It can get complicated, but it kind of comes up in different budgets, different funds. Ag preservation starts next, page 218. You'll see revenue from that is supplemented through transfers from general fund in order to maintain that fund balance. And then there's interest that we accrue, again, assuming 1% annual interest rate. There are 2 proposed farms anticipated to move forward with agreements of sale. The first farm's acreage is about 158 acres overall offered for preservation. And the second is about 58 acres. I typically put a little contingency of 5 acres on each of those. So you'll see, essentially the number in that is 158 plus 5 plus 58 plus 5 times $150 per acre. That comes up with the 33,900. The agreements of sale, the reason I do that is because the agreements of sale have the estimated acreage, and it's usually pretty close, but until they do the final survey, it doesn't necessarily equate to the actual number. Usually it's if not exact, it's within an acre or 2 plus or minus. So it's been very close. I know we flagged that for discussion, so I don't know if you have any additional comment questions about
just to flag it. Thanks.
Consider it flagged. That's Fund 19. Page 326, very briefly, because there's nothing in it. The Pine Grove Mills Streetlight Fund. This was a separate fund that was implemented by the township a number of years ago. Came from community contributions to install ornamental streetlights in the village. We still have some money that we're sitting on for that we're going to utilize, for the projects as permitted. We've had some people ask for their. Should I send your message? What the heck was that? I think that was me. Should I send your message? My watch is talking to me. I'm sorry. anyway, so, you know, there's no expenditures that are allocated in 2021. The streetlight projects that we plan to move ahead with are accounted for under capital reserve. And so, you know, there's nothing reflected in that fund. If there's no other questions on that, I think Centrise is going to pick it up and start with Park Improvement Fund, Fund 34, beginning on page 328.
So I'll just try to quickly go through here. If you want some additional information, please just let me know. We'll just start right in with the PhD 454 undesignated park projects. So we'll continue to allocate funds for the playground safety and contingency program. We've had that in for several years now, and this year we were actually able to use that for the Homestead Park repair. Park surveying program, this was something that we introduced and was approved in the capital improvement plan, and it is here now to be considered.
Excuse me. So I think that answers my question then. We paid for the repairs to the playground, the maintenance to the playground at Homestead. We did ask Center Region Park and Rec about that, but they declined to cover those costs. Those were the kits. We bought them. We installed them. Is that right?
So we were able to actually get it repaired without having the kit. So after talking with the playground, not inspector, the playground person with the expertise, they provided an alternative. So we actually did it in-house just for sake of time. There were conversations that we certainly will pursue in the future. We had a lot of inquiries about opening Homestead Park, and our folks were able to get out there and get it done. We went ahead and had that repair done, and we're happy to announce that that park was reopened for the public last week.
Remember we talked about Flex Seal last night?
Yeah.
Flex Seal.
Nice.
That's what we did.
Well, I think Jim Carpenter could learn about Flex Seal as well, since he maintains 52 parks or something like that in the region. I'm just saying that kind of thing. I know we're very efficient and effective, and we want to serve our residents, but they are our park department. And so I put it on the list of things to talk about within the MOU eventually. So thank you very much. Yeah,
Absolutely. Thanks, Laura.
Could you, what page are you on? Where are you going?
On page 3, I have
330, it looks like.
330.
You're on 330. Okay. Gotcha.
All right. Am I good to move forward? So the, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, we also pay for the trash containers in all of the parks. The Center Region Park and Rec does not pay for that. We do that.
That is actually coming at the request through CRPR's office, and they're asking that there's some type of program or consideration long-term for the municipality to begin replacing the containers. So I went ahead and introduced it here in the operating budget.
So this is something that they actually previously did, and they asked for us to now do.
I'm unfamiliar with the history. I only understand, that Jim Carpenter is, he's looking to the municipalities to see if we will replace. And in some of the frames, there's sign of some rust. And so, for example, it's not just replace, but to actually place, trash and recycle containers. Over at Songbird Sanctuary Park, for example, we don't have any of those. And while we pursue the implementation of the master plan, like that would be one park that we might need to consider adding or placing these containers. And
are they requiring or requesting a certain type that's all the same all across the region? I'm guessing yes.
Yes, that was the understanding. I didn't get a chance to get details from him. I I went ahead and introduced this here as a line item for your for the board's consideration. I don't believe, I haven't seen any containers that would suggest that there's an urgent need for this. But if we want to implement a program and maybe identify 1 to 2 parks a year, we could begin to allocate money that would allow CRPR to go ahead. And of course, I would see them as the, the office that would manage the entire replacement process, but we would of course provide the money.
So the idea with this is that we buy them and they install them where they want to install them?
Well, they would identify in a prioritized list 1 to 2 parks that we would need to have these containers replaced or placed for the first time.
Oh, okay. And where is our Parks Committee in that process then?
So I reached out to CRPRs and I invited them to provide any observations or requests for recommendations to be considered. And this was something that was just presented to me via email a couple of weeks ago. So if this was something that the board wanted to approve moving forward for 2021, I would then take this to the Parks and Recreation Committee and of course ask for their input if that's what the board would like me to do. So they could actually review any prioritized lists that Jim might present for their consideration. And I think an appropriate, process might be for the Parks Committee to recommend the first 1 to 2 parks that we have that replacement done and bring it back to the board.
Okay, and their recommendation would be like site, not type of container. So like CRPR is picking the type of container first. And then we would then comply with their wishes without having any input into that first.
Well, I would say we would ask for their recommendation. I mean, what I would propose is that we ask CRPR, like if they're trying to standardize, and it's my understanding that they are, like they're trying to standardize the containers within all of this region parks. So we would, accept what they're recommending and put that in front of the Parks and Recreation Committee for their review and then bring that to the board. That's how I would propose that we facilitate.
Centuries. I guess my concern here is because they're not talking about their budget, they just pick a container that they like and may or may not be sensitive to budgetary needs. And then we are roped into a program where we're putting them in and then our budget is it's driven by them. So I would like to flag this for further discussion on the third night. Thank you. And I really appreciate all your work, Centuries. This is like such a messy area. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. All right, it's flagged. We will.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Moving into 45410 Homestead Park, we have 2 items here. One is an item we've seen in the CIP for a few years now, the playground equipment installation. The Parks and Recreation Committee recommends updating or adding the age-appropriate play equipment there in the upper part of the park, which is also part of the master plan. And also to replace 2 diseased township spruce trees that border actually a resident's property. The resident attended a tree commission meeting and requested that these be removed and replaced.
How bad are they? Did we get an opinion from our arborist? Are they bad or?
Yes.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
they were fine with the removal and replacement, the tree
Thanks.
and the arborist.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Moving into 45420 Suburban Park, we have 3 line items here. We've spent a lot of time talking about Suburban Park, so I won't bother going into detail unless if there are questions, but as you see, we have phase 1 design and permitting. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. We also have the offsite trail connection. We've also talked a little bit about this in brief. Penn State and the township are currently discussing options for that offsite trail connection, as you see in the master plan. It's for the park perimeter loop to connect to the regional shared use path. So we're engaging in conversations for a public access easement, which would allow for us to be able to have that offsite connection at no charge. But in the event that that's not an option, we've allocated what we would consider market value But that, of course, is our lesser preferred option.
So if the board doesn't make a comment about that, then we're essentially authorizing that to move forward with a cost associated with it or not. Is that how that works? I'm sorry, I probably should know this by now.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So the way, yes, to answer your question, yes. So the way it is in there now, it's kind of as if we're unable to come up with our own resolution on a public access easement. There's been several conversations, and looks like we might be able to just do an easement, an agreement amendment based on the existing easement that we currently have for there along the shared use path. However, if that's not an option, we've identified an amount that we feel would be appropriate if we needed to actually obtain that.
And any easement acquisitions or conveyances go in front of the board.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Separate
Okay,
review.
so
because it's land.
generally speaking, I'm opposed to us having to give Penn State money for this particular item, which you can arguably say greatly benefits them to have that connection for their staff and students. And so I realize it's going to come in front of us if it got to that point, but if right now I'm feeling strongly opposed to it, I probably should put it on day 3 for conversation, I'm thinking.
I would agree, because I still don't understand the need for it.
It's sort of like things are really close, but they don't connect, I think, something like
But
that.
there is a connection, and it will be up by where the new basketball court is going to be. And so that's what I don't understand.
So there is the connection, but it's not accessible. So it exceeds the 5% slope. So the way it's presented in the current master plan update is that it allows for that mobility and accessibility. So the additional perimeter loop, the connection from the parking lot would extend with this offsite trail connection. It would extend directly into the shared use path with a flatter surface area. So someone in a wheelchair, for example, they would be able to easily, either go in either direction. Or somebody with a disability that has a little bit of difficulty with mobility.
So can we flag this for day 3? I want to take a look at that master plan and prepare myself a little. I certainly don't want to get petty about things, and I do want to provide access, but I feel like Penn State might be being petty, and maybe they need a little push in the non-petty direction. So
I will share with you, I've spent several hours just trying to get those who need to be informed. And I think that the folks that we're engaged with right now in the conversation, they certainly want to help us get it, an agreement where it's an amendment. But of course, there's a lot of process before it gets in front of the Board of Trustees. And so the experiences thus far is that those that are engaged in this discussion are certainly trying to be as flexible as possible for this public easement.
Bless you in your diplomacy, Centrise, and thank you very much. So we can flag this for a little further discussion. Thanks.
Noted, yep. And then the other item, phase 1A construction. I think the board was informed by Mr. Perbolka that we received the land grant, we received the DCNR grant, and we've also been recommended for land and water conservation funding. So we are gathering the material for that submission, which is due in 2 weeks. So we are working hard to secure that. I'm happy to answer. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about that? Okay, I just want to make sure I have the funding and numbers right here. All right, so the total project is $632,000, and then there's a $250,000 DCNR grant.
So the total project is $550,000 with a $250,000 match.
But the construction is 550, and then with everything else is 632.
Yes. So for phase 1A to be constructed, and I guess you are correct. If you add all three of those numbers up, yes, for the entire suburban park project that we're pursuing to have these three projects done, they're separated out because of the process. So for example, submitting for the land and water conservation program, that project is entirely in itself phase 1A construction.
Okay. That's, yeah, understandable. Okay. I just want to look at the big number. So that's, okay. So 632, and then there's a $250,000 DCNR grant, and then 140,000 in donations. Is that right?
Yes. And so and I do want to make an adjustment. Eric, I don't know if you could note this as well. If we were to look at the revenue, so there is a allocation of 50,000 for permitting and design. And currently you will see there a $90,000 allocation, which I think the total is about what, 140. We need to change the 90,000 to $76,000.
Okay.
Oh, that's UAJA.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay, so my math will be a little bit off, but I had then the balance was 242,000, you know, whatever less the difference there. So $242,000 is what the township is paying for the park.
I haven't done the math, but I'll take your word for it.
Ish, depending on what that UAJA money is. So that, okay, so then there was a transfer from the regional parks fund for 235,000, which
that's being proposed here in the budget.
Right. Okay. So essentially that would fund the remainder ish.
So the way that it's been, I haven't set it up to look at it like that. So I don't want to say yes or no. So, and I should specify, so Suburban Park Phase 1 design and permitting, that project has actually already been started. That figure that you have in front of you is rolling over into 2021 because of COVID, we were unable to engage the NTM to do the hydraulics and the hydrology analysis that needed to be performed to establish the drainage channel. So that project, that money is there, going to allow us to close out that final project, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. But essentially the funding is coming from the regional parks fund.
As of now, that's how we have it set up. Yes, we have, what is it, 235,000
and a $75,000 transfer from general.
Okay, and that's okay, but that's not directly related to suburban. That's because, right? Okay.
It's for the total.
The total fund.
It's for the for the fund. Was that more moved over because it says beginning in 2020, the township's parks capital projects are included in this fund. This line item represents interfund transfers just to support that new process is what I was gathering. Okay. So I guess this goes back to our discussion yesterday about that regional parks fund and what's in there, what was put in there, what's encumbered, what we had, thought we were going to do with that money, what's happening now. So was that flagged?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So we can talk about that. Okay. So thank you.
So sorry, I'm a little confused. So I'll possibly ask. The phase 1A, and offside trail connection. So all of these did we already approve it for 2020 and we couldn't finish it, so it's going to next year?
Just design and permitting was for 2020, I think.
Okay. So
and that's a carryover.
Meeting was 2020. All right. So the rest is new. And so we have 300 from DCNR, 140 funds raised. or no, 200 from DCNR and 140 funds raised.
250 from DCNR.
Okay, 250 from DCNR, 140 funds raised, so that's 390. So that's where the 242,500 is coming from. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'll move on. So 45430, the Greenbrier Saybrook Park, we have, it says tree buffer, but there's a white pine that was planted as a property buffer or as part of the property buffer, and it's now died. So we're just recommending that this tree be replaced in 2021. 45440, Haymarket Park project. This item's rolling over from 2020 due to the pandemic. This was an item that we were unable to complete this year.
Quick question, Centrise, about the tree in Saybrook. Are we using an evergreen? Are we replacing it with a year-round green tree because it's a buffer? Or are we doing what is it, deciduous?
That's a great question. I recall we're replacing it with what's with what's currently there.
Okay, white pine.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw Dave Modriger flash on and flash off. So
Haymarket Park project. So yep, this is an item rolled over from 2020. 45480 Tudick Park project. This item too rolls over from 2020 due to the pandemic. We were unable to get this these 3 stormwater basins converted into pollinator habitat areas. To better help improve the functionality of each one of the stormwater basins.
Quick question about that. It's programmatic more than budgetary. So apparently, I don't know the backstory on it. I don't need to know the backstory on it, but there apparently was one individual that was complaining about some sort of area that was low-mow for a period of time, and we went in and mowed it. Are we planning on doing some pretty serious outreach, grow zone signs, the whole park green infrastructure implementation of that policy when we're doing this conversion in these stormwater basins at Tudick?
Tudick, probably not so much. It's a smaller area. These are small basins, and I don't think it'd probably be more akin to what you see at Cecil Irvin Park than what you'll see at Haymarket. There's a supplement for Tudick from the Tudick budget that you'll see to help offset some of that cost too. But I don't imagine we'll do a lot with signage there. It's such a small area. I don't think we'll get a lot of complaints.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to ask more about this when we get to the Tudick trust category, but I guess I just want to, my questions are going to be about what's funded out of the trust and what the township pays for. So I don't know if this needs to be necessarily flagged, but
no, I can answer those tonight.
Okay.
Sure. Or now.
We can wait till we get into that. That's fine.
Okay. So moving into 45490 Cecil Irvin Park project. We have as part of the master plan, I think that was prepared in 2017, the landscape includes shrubs and plantings along the walkway area there, and the existing species, they have not done well, and most of them have all died. So the appropriation of 500 is to replace approximately 20 plants, but 20 different species of plants that the arborist is currently exploring options of species that will better perform in that area. 454-100 Fairbrook Park project. We have the last time a master plan was done for that park, our records indicate, or records I could get access to, was 1998. So this park, this park continues to receive a lot of positive comments about the grow zone area. It's been discussed that this might be a good park for the compost toilet facility. So, there's been a lot of discussion as maybe we should just consider the Fairbrook Park having a master plan update done. So it's been something that we've discussed in the Parks Committee, and we've also heard from residents as being recommended to do so.
I have a quick question about this one. Dave and I had a brief email exchange about it. One thing about this park and master plan updates, this park is really pretty stable in its use and its pattern of use. And if you look at that older master plan, you know, it hasn't all been implemented, even though it was created in 1998. I think there's an additional pavilion. And like you said, we've talked about a bathroom. But I guess what my question is do we really need to go for this whole update, or is there some sort of a minor update process that we have that we could use here that would be less costly? I just don't see, unlike Suburban Park, I just don't see a huge upheaval and change being recommended for that location. So that's just my question. You could think about that a little, talk about it on day 3.
I mean, the answer is absolutely. I mean, we can, the master planning process is really not specified, well-defined. I mean, it doesn't follow a specific, pattern or formula. So, and we've done this in the past, even with Two Deck Park, for example, where we've updated master plans of segments of the park, as opposed to the park overall. So if there's an area that, the board wants to specifically focus on, could do that. There's no obligation that we master plan parks at all. Quite frankly, it's typically a resource as we chase down grant funding and other methods of community engagement, but it's not obligated. We can kind of do whatever is appropriate.
I guess I do support some attention being put there and an update of some sort, but I don't really think that we need to go to the extent that we did with Suburban Park, although I also think it's important to get neighborhood involvement. So I don't know if that means putting less dollars in that space there, or if it just means this conversation right now.
I agree with what Dave said. I also think that if we did want to pursue, a really sound public participation process, having that third party there to facilitate and present creative new ideas that are maybe even more efficient or very responsive to what's being said by the community that uses the park, that's the advantage. Another advantage I found with Suburban Park is that when I wrote the RFP, I was able to write it in such a way that I knew when we would apply for grant money, particularly from DCNR, it was set up that the consultant was performing the work and delivering, a document that would allow us to be able to reference.
I see.
Now, we don't have to do that though, right? So there's some of which we could do internally. We could ask for specific participation from a consultant, maybe for public process and maybe to provide some, creative, innovative, responsive design ideas. And then we could maybe, finalize a master plan update. There might be a little bit more of a hybrid process we could consider, but I'll leave that to you with that shared as to what the board wants. And we can flag.
Yeah, I also don't know what the rest of the board wants, and if we need to flag this for day 3, or if we just leave it this way and then have a conversation about it later. If you guys have any advice on that, I'd welcome it.
I wanted to flag it mostly because of the reasons you just said. It's an established park, its uses are what they are. Of course, there, you can see some things that could change maybe, but I would push this down on the priority list, the master planning for this. So I would flag that as holding off for a bit.
So let's put it on day 3 as a discussion point, and whether we want to cut the amount or if we want to push it, we can talk about that then. Thanks.
Yep, it's noted. And then we have 454-110 Songbird Sanctuary Park Project. I actually had plans to work on that today, and then I had computer problems. But so the internal review and preparation for a pre-final draft to be presented to the Parks Committee one last time for review and comment, and then to go in front of the board is well underway. In fact, we're working on a cost scenario budget estimate based on some of the features. It's presented as a passive park. Of course, we want to preserve the environmental features that we have with Songbird Sanctuary. So we've allocated 50,000, and I anticipate that the budget scenario will be right around, if not, lower. The 50,000 is a conservative number, but we are working to present as part of our internal master plan for Songbird a cost scenario budget.
Thanks, Centrise.
And then 454-120, the Louis Sylvie Baseball Complex. There was an existing tree that was removed because it was dying. And naturally, it's recommended that we just replace this tree. That's what the allocation is there for.
It's also worth noting that the fence installation is offset from a contribution from the Lou Sylvie Foundation. So that's already appropriated. It's through another source.
And that's all that I have. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I just want to reiterate my thanks for the document that you worked on, Centrise. It was really well done. It's going to be a nice asset for the Parks Committee and for the board in the future when we're planning. I appreciate that a lot.
Great, glad to hear it. I also would like to give credit to Ron Seibert, our township engineer. He provided the sewer and restroom, and he has some institutional knowledge too. He knew where to look, so that manual review was certainly a little easier with Ron's help. So you're welcome. I'll let him know your comments as well.
Okay, there's no other questions on Fund 34. Got a couple of fiduciary funds. These are non-governmental funds, meaning they don't necessarily, they're not funded through entirely through general fund. They're funded through, at least in the pensions funds, contributions from memberships, or from participants rather. Fund on page 332, oops. Page 332 starts the police pension fund. You'll see the revenue, primarily interest, and then Eric referenced earlier the State Act 205 allocation is in there. There's a repeat of the table that you saw earlier on that describes how that minimum municipal obligation is derived. And then there's, in the police pension plan, police have been contributing and continue to contribute the maximum 5% pension contribution that's permitted under PA Act 600. This helps offset our MMO. Military buyback. So, we essentially get, if there was an employee who wants to retire early, he or she can use prior military service to reach their superannuation date of retirement, meaning where they qualify for a full pension earlier, but they have to pay in order to do that. So our actuary calculates that fee, and then they pay that to the township, and then we pay that into the pension program and allows them to early retire. We do have one person who's asked about that. I don't anticipate that officer retiring in fiscal year 2021. Beginning with expenditures, you could see all of the payroll for our retirees in the police department. That's based on 50% of the last 3 years of their employment with the townships average based on their salary, so not their W-2, meaning some departments will use W-2 wages, so those officers can accrue a lot of overtime or additional assignments, additional money, and then they can kind of pad their retirement in their last few years of their employment. We don't have that issue. We look at specifically base salary. So those are individually itemized in that account for you. Meeting expenses, we meet quarterly, the police pension committee, which here's Mr. Miller, myself, Eric, and then 2 representatives from the police department, Detective John Mayer and Officer Mike Lamb. Actuarial fees, typically whenever there is a study that's being conducted, which we had one in 2020, we'll pay in 2022 for the study that was done in 2021. So we paid in 2020 the study that was done the year prior. Is that right, Eric? Is that how that?
Yeah, that money, that 4,200 was not the study itself. It was actually some other work that he was doing. So it was actually our fee, but it wasn't the actual study.
Okay. So we'll budget for, we'll put an allocation in this item in 2022. And we have to do the actuarial evaluation. And that looks at, I mean, we can go into as much detail as you like, but basically it just looks at the actuarial soundness of the plan. So how funded is our pension plan? We want that number to be as close to, if not exactly as 100% as it can be. We're in the 85% range, somewhere around there, which is good. Payroll processing fees, of course, pretty self-explanatory. Brokerage, so we pay PNC to manage the defined benefit plan for our police department. That's the commission that they receive from that portfolio. It is sort of tiered, so it depends on how much the valuation is. I think we're right in the 45 basis points. Eric, is that right? In our tier, is 0.45%.
Yeah, I believe that's about right.
We're right at about just over 5 million. So that's police pension plan. If there's any questions on that?
I'd just say as the board representative on that, the meetings there, PNC has done a great job this year of advising us. I was a little skeptical early on of some of the advice they gave as far as the stock market, and they proved to have called it right. So I think that
That's
yeah,
great.
what the
really
fees
sharp.
are. So
non-uniform pension trust fund starts on page 338, really substantively, and you'll see a couple of new items. Well, not new, but maybe modified items, because we're with Voya now as opposed to ICMA-RC, which we just recently made the changeover from there. Those are $0 amounts. And Act 205 funding, again, speaks back to state aid. See the same chart. Just below that. Employer funding, this is for our 401A. This is so if employees invest a certain amount that's described in our policy manual, I believe it's 3% of their salary in the township's 457 plan, deferred compensation plan, township makes a contribution of 10% into the 401A. So we have a pretty nice retirement benefit for our non-uniform employees and our uniform employees. Employer, so nothing under forfeitures, employer retirement health savings account. So we have an incentive program that if an employee does not use a certain amount of sick leave after working here for a certain number of years, they qualify for a deposit of $500 a year into this retirement health savings account. And that qualifies them for excuse me, Eric, help me out here. This is not the retirement. This is not the post-retirement health care. This is the contribution that employees make to the, should this be the health?
389,030.
Yeah,
that's Ferguson's money that we pay $500 per person for.
Oh, okay. Then I was correct. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's kind of an incentive for, efficient use of sick leave. You can qualify in retirement for a contribution into post-retirement health care. Beginning on page 340, we start to get into expenditures, retirement health savings fees, brokerage fees. Eventually, we are going to start taking funds out of the portfolio, or the brokerage fees out of this portfolio for last year or this year rather, and 2021. We're proposing those costs come from the general fund. As the plan starts to perform better, it'll be a certain number of basis points or a percentage of a percent or a fraction of a percent that actually employees pay for that brokerage service, which is Cornerstone Wealth Advisory and Voya. Transfers out, these are what Eric alluded to earlier, that we get to kind of transfer back into the general fund based on excess Act 205 funding. So there's no expenditures that are related under this account to direct payments to employees, because these are defined contribution plans and employees themselves are the ones that are withdrawing from their own retirement account. Questions on the two pension trust funds? Okay, so then that leaves the TUDEC trust fund. So, and again, I'll try to keep detail on this to as little or as much as the board would like to hear. The township is a fiduciary for the Tom Tudyk Memorial Park Trust, which was established in the early 1990s, late 1980s, by Bob and Elsie Tudyk, who conveyed the Tudyk Park to the township. And it was kind of a partnership. Township was interested at the time in purchasing a portion of what is now Tudyk Park. Bob and Elsie Tudyk were looking for a way to honor the recent passing of their son. And so they just conveyed a big chunk of land and sold some land to the township to make the 100-acre park that's Tom Tudyk Memorial Park, Tom Tudyk being the namesake of their son. So as part of that, there was a trust that was established. The trust itself is owners of about 42 acres of land of the park. So if you look at the ownership records of Tom Tudyk Park, township owns just over 60 acres, and the Tudyk Trust is just a little bit over 40 acres. Manager has a seat on the board of trustees of the Tudyk Trust, and he also gets to do most of the work. Yippee. And in addition to that, there's a seat reserved for Clearwater Conservancy, which is now Kevin Abbey serves in that position with Clearwater. The landscape architecture program with Penn State, it's Dan Jones who's in that role. And then two designees of Bob and Elsie, a designee of both Bob and Elsie Tudyk. So Caitlin Best and John Previs are two other trustees. They've been designated by Bob and Elsie. Caitlin was designated with Elsie's passing recently because it had been the Tudyks when they were still alive. Elsie passed away about 2 years ago. So, the trust has its own assets. They were initially funded by, kind of an investment from the Tudyks themselves. But as recently as Elsie Tudyk's passing, in a bequest, the trust was the beneficiary of the sale of the Tudyk home in Park Hills. So there's, a significant, just over $500,000, between $500,000 and $600,000. That's the assets of the Tom Tudyk Trust. And we've deposited much of that money in the Center Foundation. They have a fund for us that they invest, participate in Center Gives, other kinds of fundraising initiatives. Ms. Strickland asked a question about how funding is determined, meaning, I think what the question is, if there's an improvement that has to be made, who pays for it, the Tudyk Trust or the township? And my approach to this as the trustee and the administrator of the fund has been that if it's a benefit that solely applies to the trust, then the trust pays for it. If it's a benefit that's of general public use, then the township might pay for it. If it's a kind of a co-benefit, as is the case for the planting of the stormwater basins, then that is a shared cost. Actually, with the stormwater basins, it's much more significant. It's about $5,000 from the Tudyk Trust, and then I think about $1,500 from the township. So more the Tudyk, because ultimately, as the owners of the land, the Tudyk Trust is responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of that stormwater basin. Because it's a nice aesthetic feature and there's ecological value to it, there's an allocation in there from the township too. I actually think most, if not all of it, will be covered by the Tudyk Trust contribution, because I don't think it's going to cost more than $5,000. So, you know, that's a really abbreviated way to kind of respond to that question. An example of a sole trust benefit would be the trust owns a farmhouse that we lease out. We have a tenant that lives there. Any capital improvements that are made to that farmhouse come from the trust. The dog park, which is also situated on the trust land, has typically been funded by the township. It's a public amenity. Public enjoys it. Doesn't benefit the trust, you know, in any way, shape, or form directly. So, you know, most of the improvements that have gone to that amenity have come, the capital improvements have come from the township. The operational side of things, the backflow preventer, the water service to the dog park, that comes from the trust. So it does get a little bit complicated, and I don't have it all, you know, kind of resolved, but I've been trying to make some strides to demingle the two, you know, the coffers a little bit. And the simplest way that I found to do that is by, you know, looking at that, you know, kind of general description that I just gave. Who benefits from it? The trust also, because we lease to a tenant, they have to board horses. So the costs associated under the lease that the trust is responsible for come from the trust fund itself. They're not paid for by the township. So water service, electricity to the horse barn, not paid by the township. Repairs to the horse barn, not paid by the township. There's also a community garden plot in there, implement shed. Those costs can be shared. Most of the time, those are attributed to the trust itself, the implement shed repairs and that kind of thing, because those are small dollar items. So there's an insurance policy that the trust maintains because they're not indemnified by the township's insurance policy. And there's some real tricky risks to underwrite in TUDEC. Most insurance policies for parks, for example, exclude dogs and horses. And we just happen to have them both on the trust land at TUDEC. We're covered as a municipality and we're limited in our liability, but the trust is not covered under that exposure. So, you know, we have an expensive liability and property and casualty insurance policy that's carried under that. And those are all described, you can see in the payment section of the TUDEC, or the expenditure section of the TUDEC trust. So there's a lot of, you know, under revenue, there's a lot of accounting for the fees that we collect for boarding horses. We're going to have a fourth horse there, a filly. Perhaps that means something to people that are familiar with horses. There was a third horse that was boarded there this year. Seems to be pretty popular in the TUDEC pasture. I got a cold call from a gentleman who was moving up with his family from Virginia. He said, "Hey, do you happen to know where I could board a horse?" And I said, "You're in luck," you know? So that happened to just kind of fortuitously fall in our lap. And it's a really cool horse. I have no idea what kind it is. So don't ask, but it's a cool looking horse. I've been getting compliments about that. The tenant also owns two horses, and the filly that'll live there is also going to be hers too. So we collect a little bit of revenue to the TUDEC trust from the rental and leasing of the horse barn and the stables. There's some contributions we get through our participation in Center Gives that are captured under the revenue account. We've been pretty successful, as successful as a public park might get in that campaign over the last couple of years. Under expenditures, you know, we have some money in there to advertise for Center Gives. We do a lot of that work in-house, our communications coordinator, but the cost of that is paid for by the TUDEC trust. Auditing services, I talked about the Form 990 that has to be done annually since we're a charitable trust. That comes out of this account here. And so the township doesn't pay for that. The main item this year, in addition to the wetland mix of the $5,000 that's appropriated under 452-750 at the bottom of page 344, is the rental house improvement, a replacement of the roof on the rental house. I've got a contract that I just issued about 2 weeks ago to a local roofing company. I'm going to tweak this a little bit because it's significant. Unfortunately, when I prepared the budget, I wasn't sure what it was, so I just carried it forward. We came in at about half of this cost. with the ultimate line item. So that'll be good news for the trust. Commonly, the trust pays for the material and supplies for the Snetzinger Butterfly Garden. So this is where things are still, like I was talked about, I think I used the phrase demingling. I don't know if that's a word. I'm gonna claim it. If not, this is what's still yet to be demingled, because the butterfly garden is on township property. It has, it's ubiquitous. It has benefits for the public, but the trust has paid for the material and, plant material and that kind of thing. So I have that appropriation in for this year. We didn't do anything in 2020 for obvious reasons. Typically we spend about $2,000 on plant material. Dog park maintenance. I talked about the backflow preventer and water service. You'll see the rental house expenditures under 454, 373, and 375. The horse barn, really just for utilities that are covered by the trust that aren't the responsibility of the tenant. Implement shed maintenance is a standing item. We typically don't use it, but that's that tiny little implement shed that's located on the site in case anything needs to be invested there to make the repairs. Depreciation is a generally accepted accounting principle under a trust. So it's really just depreciates the value of the assets of the trust. It's a standing expenditure item that you'll see annually in the two-deck trust. And then there's that expensive insurance premium at the very end there. And the last line item is a contingency. So today I had a meeting with the other trustees. We voted to approve the two-deck budget. And so other than that one minor change I need to make to reduce the expenditures for the two-deck roof, this is a completed document.
David, so basically, so all the words you said make sense. But when you see it in here, it looks like everything's coming out of our budget directly. So what you're saying is that it all does flow through our budget, but a lot of it is, quote, reimbursed.
Well, not exactly. I mean, you could think, because we're fiduciaries of the trust as set up by the trust documents, we have an obligation, the township has the obligation to maintain this fund, but the revenue that's attributed to the fund and the expenditures that come out of the fund are not provided for by the township's general revenue streams. Okay. They're entirely funded by the two-deck trust. We really just are kind of, for maybe lack of a better way to put it, the keeper of the money, the treasurer for the trust.
Okay, thanks.
So it does appear in our budget, and it's a very complex. I mean, I could rant for hours about just how complex this arrangement was, presumably for good reason, but I think there's probably some things that we could do to to simplify things a little bit. And it's even there's possibility, there's potential, at least in the who knows how many years, for the trust to just dissolve and convey its assets, to the township and make it a township park. I don't know that that's going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years, but as guys like Dan Jones don't want to be on the trust anymore. I mean, he's already retired. I don't know who else from the Department of Landscaping at Penn State, or Landscape Architecture at Penn State, is going to want to sit in on that. I think we're going to have a hard time filling the ranks of our trustees. It's a complicated arrangement, done for good cause in the late 80s, early 90s, but one that we could probably revisit in the not too distant future and simplify. That's the two-deck trust.
Is it fair to say then some of the ways you try to disentangle the money is just looking at the physical boundaries of the land and who owns what?
Yeah, that is definitely a big piece of it, but there is some overlap there. I talked about the dog park on the part of the township's investments. I talked about the Snetzinger Butterfly Garden on the part of the Tudeck Trust's investments. So there's still some demingling or dismingling that has to be done. But yeah, it is fair to say that a majority of the funds that are invested, that are spent by the Tudeck Trust, is on the land that the trust owns, fee simple, the 42 acres.
Okay, so if there was a stormwater fee, that would be divided then, right? And the trust would pay just on what the trust owns, the township would pay.
That exact question came up this afternoon in my meeting with the Tudeck trustees. Yes, that is how we would propose to carve it out. So the trust would pay for, and there's nothing proposed in 2021, but starting in 2022, if a stormwater fee is implemented, we would take the impervious area attributable to the Tudeck Trust and assess them for that, the trust for that portion of the fee. Township would pay the remainder.
Okay. And that seems like the easiest way to do that. I don't know how else you'd divide that. And then just out of curiosity, so something like the I don't see it now, but the Center Foundation fundraising. So all the fundraising money goes to the trust, none go to the township. That all goes to the trust.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And I guess since some things, because I would think that people are giving for the park. I don't know. I don't know if it's, support the horse barn, or if it's, what the story is behind the fundraising, but
yeah, and
I guess it all goes into the big pot, so it doesn't really matter.
It all goes to the trust as of now. I mean, typically, so there's a couple of different strategies that are employed for fundraising. The Center Foundation is entirely is handled by the trust itself, and that's where they're the sole beneficiary. So none of the proceeds from the Center Gives campaign or any of the investment income realized through the Center Foundation fund goes back into the township's general fund. It all goes to the Tudeck Trust. Other fundraising efforts, there's actually an additional fee or donation opportunity for pavilion rentals at Tudeck that would go to the trust as well. Those are only the pavilion. It's only the pavilion that's on the Tudeck Trust owned land. If you rent the pavilion that's not on the Tudeck Trust land by the play area on the main play area, I guess, in the basketball courts, then that does not have a conveyance to the Tudeck Trust. So we try to segregate that a little bit based on who owns the underlying land.
That one goes to COG though, to COG, not to us.
The pavilion rental, yeah, the rental pavilion income goes to COG. Right. For that pavilion. And actually the other pavilion too, it's just they add an additional fee for that, the Herman Drive, the first pavilion rental, that goes to the trust. I think it's like $3 per rental. It's not a big dollar item, but it's something.
Okay. And then COG mows the whole thing, regardless of who owns that. No. Yeah.
COG mows the developed areas of the park. The undeveloped areas of Tudeck, which are substantial, are maintained by Ferguson Township Public Works.
Right. Okay.
We mow that 4 to 5 times a year.
Right. Okay.
So what is the mission of the trust? Because if you're saying, well, if it is the trust's business, then the trust will pay. If it is a public, I understand if it's a public good, then we pay. But what is really the mission of the trust? And so, yeah.
Long story short, I mean, that's a really detailed question, Mr. Mitra. It's a good one, and I could spend a long time, describing it. And it'd be nice if Mark stayed till 11:30 yesterday. He cut out at about 9 o'clock tonight. But he's got chapter and verse on the history. My understanding of it is that the TUDECs were were reluctant to convey the property to the township without any strings attached. They really wanted additional assurance that that park was going to remain a park and was going to remain a public asset. So by tying it to a trust that was established and had that connection via the deed of dedication and some of the covenants of the trust, they were able to ensure to their satisfaction that that would remain a public park. And that's part of why I said, I think some of the reasoning that existed at the time to, to establish the trust is not necessarily as applicable today as it was in the early 90s. There was also a grant of $100,000 from what was then the Department of Recreation or something like that, whatever is now DCNR, the Bureau of Recreation, that tied up $100,000 that was initially conveyed to the trust. So the trust has, in addition to their assets, they have $100,000 that they can't touch. If anything happens to that as a park, that money's owed back to DCNR. And so that was part of the grant agreement and the assurance that the state needed that it would continue to be utilized as a public park. But there's the trust documents that provides the assurance that the TUDECs needed. And again, that's a way to kind of paraphrase a pretty long and involved, history, but really it was for peace of mind for the TUDECs that trust was established.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just one final thing. So, there's quite a large balance in the fund, but the expenditures have been outpacing the revenue by a bit, and none of them are really high amounts. So is that the thinking that that's just going to eat away at the fund balance?
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to erode the fund. Well, so we won't have capital expenditures every year for the trust. So, I think that things like the replacement of the rooftop, probably one of the last big ticket capital items, other than some upkeep to the farmhouse. I had to replace a couple of appliances this year. But otherwise most years are pretty lean on the expenditure side from the TUDEC trust. But yeah, I do think that the reason that fund balance is so strong is because of that bequest that we just inherited the 2 years ago. Prior to that, my first year as manager here and as TUDEC trustee, we were really in kind of not bad sorts, but we were really operating with razor thin margins. We had about less than $20,000 of expendable trust income. That we had that $100,000 that was encumbered for the grant. We had about 20,000 more that was above and beyond that. So, we would, but for, that bequest, I think would have been in some more dire straits. I think we'll be in good shape for quite a few years. What I've said to the other trustees is it's not going to be forever. I mean, we're not going to last forever.
Dave, also, because it's a trust, the land is considered an asset.
Yes.
So that's the big reason why you see such a big fund balance, because the land is included. That's not
Oh,
cash.
yeah, I'm sorry. That's a good point too. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which is depreciated under that depreciation expense. So, right, you're correct. That includes the TUDEC, the 42 acres as an asset.
huh. Okay.
All right, good point, Eric.
Okay. That explains, because I'm only looking back to the 2019 actual, and then there was a large revenue there then, but okay. All right. Well, thanks for explaining.
You're welcome. If you ever want to get lost in a sea of legal bureaucracy, you can swing by. I'll let you read all the TUDEC trust documents. I'll leave it at that. It's fun. That's it. That's the 2021 budget. Thank you all for your time. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think that wraps up everything except for our meeting next Tuesday. I anticipate that will take at least an hour. So I think we should be prepared for a long meeting. We flagged quite a number of things, and I think we're going to have a lot of discussion. I appreciate everybody, you know, being patient with the amount of time we're spending and the amount of discussion. I think having a number of members in the first or second round of this, there's a lot of learning curve, and I mean, I appreciate everybody's dedication to learning, because it really is a lot to take in 2 meetings, and I think we'll tie it up next week. In the meantime, we'll have another meeting on Monday with a lot of business items. So I'll see everybody on Monday.
Thank you.
With that,
Good night,
I think
everyone.
we
Good night,
are
everybody.
adjourned.
Thanks, Jenna. Good
Nice
night.
job, boy.
Bye.